just wait a while. The one I need is tied up right now. So let's not draw the line, 'cause I can't make my mind up right now. So let's just wait a while. The one I need is tied up right.
If you could return, don't let it burn, don't let it fade. I'm sure I'm not being rude, but it's just your attitude, and it's tearing me apart, and it's ruining every day. Oh, I swore I would be true, and honey, so do you. So why were you holding her hand? Is it just the way we stand? Were you lying all the time? Was it just a game to you? But I'm in so deep. You know I'm such a fool for you. You got me wrapped around your finger. Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? Oh, I thought the world of you. I thought nothing could go wrong, but I was wrong. I was wrong. If you could get by, trying not to lie, most things wouldn't be so confused, and I wouldn't feel so used. But you always really knew I just wanna be with you, and I'm in so deep. You know I'm such a fool for you. You got me wrapped around your finger.
with soup? I would never do that. Not enough flavor.
It's like a very fresh, light, tasty chicken.
Yeah. Yeah, classic fucking British food tastes like nothing. Don't worry, it's gonna be milky pussy pasta. It's not gonna have that swell that you're looking for, chef. Because I'm tired of buying cream, chef.
What's that mean? What does that mean? I'm tired of buying cream.
Figured that I could make my own cream.
So you decided to sabotage my dish!
I had to stop injecting bleach because my boobs got too big. You know how you get a recipe and you're like, where's the fucking recipe? I was a little girl. Like, no, where's the recipe? This is Sunday night dinner and a movie. This is the one stream a week that I ask you, in particular, to not be an asshole. Not today. Not on the Lord's Day. The Lord being me. Okay? I am the Lord. This is the Lord's Day. Just kidding. You know what? For old time's sake. You know what I'm saying? I'm just kidding. Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Oh, okay. Hello. There we go. Wow. Level 4 Golden Kappa train. Can you believe it? I certainly can. Hello, happy Sunday. Ooh, Tank Spacer, thank you for the 8 months. Globert, thank you for the 25 months. Everyone's Ranker, I am Vidor, thank you for the bits. Alex, thank you for the 5 months. Chi, thank you for the 4. Anon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Polster, Colster, thank you for the 3 months. Teraptus, thank you for the 25 months. El Hawkeye, thank you for the 34 months. Katie, thank you for the 31 months. Silverjoy 6, thank you for the 14 months. Hex Sang, thank you for the 26. All right, I think I got y'all. Yo, everybody. This is called Chill Sunday Mix. That's what this song is called. That's what this playlist is called. Okay. Whew. Caroline, you look so pretty. Oh, thank you, darling. Thank you. It's a high pony kind of day. All right, believe it or not. Now, I did give myself even extra time to prepare. But believe it or not, I had no problems. No major tech issues. I was not like freaking out trying to go live. Maybe this is the the Lady Guan blessing that has been bestowed, that I actually was able to get everything set up with relatively little problems. Slattern, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Wonder Gal, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Soliloquy, thank you for the 5. AZ Packer, thank you for the 7 months. Jax, thank you for the bits. PV Jumper, thank you for the bits. Anti-Corporatist, thank you for the bits. I'm Spy Am, thank you for the resub. Unjol, thank you for the resub. Marky Mark, Analog, Quezar, Tank Spacer, thank you. Whoa, Dune Shadow, thank you for the 35 months. Okay, wait, you guys. So the file that was sent to me is corrupted. I don't know. Of course, this happened to me. Marge posted his photos. Lychee posted her photos. Something is wrong with my file. I don't know. I emailed them. I was like, I don't think this works. Why are you cursed? I don't know. I'm corrupt. That's what it is. You were too beautiful. You broke the files. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, so I don't have my photos yet. That would be very sad if I don't have them at all, but I hope it'll be okay. Mandarijin, thank you for the bits. Wanted to watch more last night, but I'm playing Dispatch and didn't want to be spoiled. Totally understand. I hope you're having a good playthrough. Rocket, thank you for the bits. Okay, so tonight, I was thinking about what to cook, and I thought, you know what? I want to make something easy, as I usually try to. It's usually not that easy, but I wanted to make something that was reminiscent of our trip in China, and we ate a lot of Szechuan food. We had a lot of mapo tofu, so I decided, what the hell? Let's make some mapo tofu. I make the exact mapo tofu recipe you linked. I really enjoy it. Well, hopefully I don't fuck it up. That's always the hope. But I love mapo tofu. We ate a lot of it in China. It was so good. So yeah, hopefully this is a 3-cup chicken all over again. I am using the wok. I'm bringing the wok out. Bala, thank you for the gifted. Silent Radical, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you so much for the level 8 Golden Kappa bullet train. Did you find out who stole Will's chicken sandwich? So it was an egg sandwich, and we're not sure yet. We are, I've hired a detective. A private detective who's surely going to be able to figure it out. It's still under investigation, so I can't say much because it is an open investigation. So, as of right now, there is no culprit to have been found. Just like in Heavy Rain, exactly like in Heavy Rain. Okay, what else is going on in my life? Honestly, I cannot stop sleeping. I just keep sleeping, and I think I'm making up for the lack of sleep over the time period that we were in Asia. I have not slept this much in so long, because usually what will happen is if I sleep more than 8 hours in a night, then the next night I'll sleep like 5 or 6. I don't know why. My body's just like math. But I've been crazy sleeping. I have not left the house except for walking Farley. Yeah. So next week I have a lot of social events, including streamer awards. So I think my body just needs to recuperate. I think I just need to Need a little R&R before I get back out there. But yeah, I've been sleep maxing a lot. No dress yet? Oh no. No. That's a problem for next week. This weekend was like, you know what? I think I just need to listen to my body, and my body craves rest. My body just craves sleep. Here, have a healing potion. The healing powers of Celsius. C, thank you for the 18 months. Sicko, thank you for the gifted. Sig Fenmill, thank you for the 4 months. You know what? Maybe I do show up naked to the streamer awards. What then? What then? Did you see the first look at live action Legend of Zelda? Yeah, I did. The fact that it's not Hunter Schafer, I don't want it. My tits bothering you? They're covered in Swarovski crystals. That's right. I just show up in all, just barely covered in crystals. Perchance, have you seen the essay gate shit going around? I saw a little something today. I think I might cover it tomorrow because I want to get all the deets on it. Do you know what I did see? Okay. Did you guys see that post on Twitter that went viral? And it was some girl who claimed that her uncle brought his new girlfriend to dinner and she was calling herself Jamaica Masterpiece. All right. So the first tweet on that, I was like, this is really funny. I'll believe this. And then the second tweet, I was like, okay, it's still pretty funny, but something seems not right here. And then by like the third tweet, I went, this is made up. There's no way. Okay, let me break this down for y'all. And it turns out the girl who posted it is notoriously a liar. She was like run off of Tumblr because she lied about being allegedly lied about being Jewish, whose like grandma died in the Holocaust. So let me see if I can find, because I think she deleted her account. Yes, she deleted her account because the Tumblr people came on Twitter and were like, this girl's a liar. And now she has deleted her account. So I don't know if I can find, let me see if I can find the original tweet. But anyway, so this Twitter user, Jamaica Masterpiece Twitter. If anyone can find the original tweet since the person deleted their account, let me know. But I can describe it. So, you know what it kind of reminded me of? It kind of reminded me of old school Twitter when people would just... A lot of people used to use Twitter in a way that like you could genuinely get famous from. Back in the day, you could turn a successful Twitter account, like having a following, having tweets go viral, into a career in entertainment. You could maybe get like a show out of it. I mean, those were the days. And so people back then definitely lied about shit. But as long as it was believable enough and then people grew a following from it, you could seriously, you could turn that into a book deal. you could turn it into a book deal. You could get yourself a sitcom. That's how Jesus and Mero became a thing. Straight up, like Jabuki, a lot of really funny people who started off on Twitter were able to turn that into a legitimate career. Okay. So this Twitter account made a tweet claiming, then they were like, okay, I have a like crazy Thanksgiving story. My uncle brings his new girlfriend and she is calling herself Jamaica Masterpiece. The catch is that she is not Jamaican. She is a white lady. And so it went viral. Everyone was like, ha, 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 ha. What a perfect tweet, right? What a perfect Thanksgiving story. But then she kept going on. Thank you, Sky. I knew you would grab it. Just okay. Thank you for the 7 months. Shiana, thank you for the 13. Okay, here's the saga. My uncle brought his new girlfriend to Thanksgiving dinner. She's half his age and refers to herself in the third person as Jamaican Masterpiece. She is a white woman who's never been to Jamaica. I don't know her real name because my uncle also calls her Jamaican Masterpiece. Okay, very funny, right? Very funny tweet, believable. Everybody was eating it up, loving it. She flew too close to the sun with the additional tweets. Absolutely. Okay, so she keeps going, right? Now it's turning into I'm going to live tweet my Thanksgiving for strangers on the internet to see. She keeps insulting everyone's cooking. She's like, Jamaican Masterpiece, can't take another bite of this. This is shit. I laughed when she introduced herself, and then she was like, what's so fucking funny about Jamaican Masterpiece? And now the family is mad at me for laughing. Everyone is only calling her Jamaican Masterpiece, full name. Okay. Then this was the tweet where I was like, I'm smelling bullshit on this. She just told us that she plans on being a musician. She said, here's a song I wrote and played Footloose by Kenny Loggins. She keeps insisting that she wrote and performed it. I don't think that's true, Jamaican Masterpiece. She keeps doing this thing where she says to quote the Bible and then says something that wasn't in the Bible. Like, to quote the Bible, don't judge a book by its cover. Or to quote the Bible, the grass is always greener on the other side. Jamaican Masterpiece claims to have written Total Eclipse of the Heart and Edge of 17. You know what? I'm going to choose to believe her. If anyone's got any questions for Jamaican Masterpiece, please let me know. I'll try to ask them all to her. Jamaican Masterpiece and my uncle are leaving the party now. She never took off her coat or sunglasses. I'll always cherish the time that I spent with her. The last thing we heard her say before they left was, you haven't seen the last of Jamaican Masterpiece. Here's the thing. There are crazy people out there. This was too much. This was like my spidey senses were tingling, and without knowing the background on this Twitter user who, as I said, apparently was run off of Tumblr for being a liar, I was like, there's just simply no way. There's simply no way. All of this at once, there was no way. And unfortunately, yes, Caitlin, you are correct. Starting and killing your own bit is so sad. She could have just left it at Jamaican Masterpiece. And I don't think people would have started questioning it. I don't think they would have been like, now hold on a second. This is getting into too absurd of territory. We went from believable to now it's starting to be unbelievable. Knowingly attributing a non-Bible quote to the Bible is honestly kind of a good bit. I'm stealing that. I agree. I do like this. I will say, even though this person made all this shit up, I do think it's funny. One, that they made it all up. But two, the Bible thing, I'm like, I like that. I'm going to do that. I'm like, to quote the Bible, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. To quote the Bible, he had a big dick. So anyway, we're used to Hilaria Baldwin. Yeah, we're used to Miss, how do you say it? Cucumber? Okay, so then I see this. No way the chick who made up the Jamaican Masterpiece Thanksgiving story has a Jewish LARP Reddit account. Or maybe it was Reddit, or maybe it was also Tumblr, or maybe this person's just all over the place. With the name Adina Rosenstein, where she pretends to be descended from Holocaust victims. I'm never leaving this fucking app. To the people who are finding this, yes, there's a thread that doesn't even begin to cover how fucking funny it all is. They got ran off of Tumblr for admitting that they were faking being Romani and Lebanese and Jewish, and then said that they were in the mafia. Also, they're really into Adrian Brody from The Brutalist sexually, but in a way where they like bought a pillow or a stuffed animal or something of Adrian Brody in The Brutalist, thinking about that with the Jewish LARPing. And also they said their relatives died in the Holocaust. I also forgot the best part, sorry, which is not that it's just Adina Rosenstein. It's Adina Miriam Rosenstein. It's that lady. I don't know what that means, but yes, because I missed out on this on Tumblr/Reddit. And so if you were aware, it's the same person. Jamaica Masterpiece is the same person as Adina Miriam Rosenstein. The Jamaica Masterpiece saga has been brought to you by a person who moved to Twitter from Tumblr after they're exposed for pretending to be Jewish and Roma because they admitted they don't really have a life outside the internet and wanted to feel special. There's even a whole blog dedicated to her insanity, including her own admission before deactivating and a whole screen record of a conversation where she admits to making up a whole Jewish identity, name, family history, etc. Is this George Santos? Have we found George Santos's alt or one of his alts? Mind you, even after I'm sorry, what is this? What is the little green? What? I'm sorry. Was the Tumblr name Little Green F slur? What? This gets wilder and wilder. Connor needs to get her on Fortnite Fridays. I concur. Connor Eats Pants. You need to get this person on Fortnite Fridays, and we need to get to the bottom of it. Okay, so this is all archived, and she wrote an apology. She admitted to it. I think it's time for me to leave this blog. I've done everything I can do, and at this point, sticking around only serves to hurt me more. These past several days have been some of the most stressful in my life. I look forward to taking a break from this whole situation for the first time in months. To everyone who's been hurt by Adina, I'm truly sorry. I hope that you're all, I can't get over her like referring to Adina in the third person. Like Adina is a separate person. Like, I'm so sorry. Everybody who was hurt by Adina, a person who does not exist, a person who is me, but it doesn't, I lied. I'm truly sorry. I hope that you are all able to heal and move past this someday. What Adina put us through was immensely cruel. Oh, wait. No. Is this somebody else? Hold on a sec. I think this is a different person who called. Wait. Sorry. I think I got this wrong. What Adina put us through was immensely cruel and deeply manipulative. This is doubly true for all of. So, wait, this is somebody who followed. Y'all, I just have to say, because I missed Tumblr, like I wasn't in Tumblr the way that like I would know all of this old Tumblr lore, old Tumblr drama. Let me just go back to the thread. Hold on. Because I swear there was a post. Mind you, after she admitted it was all a lie, she's still claiming she's related to Holocaust victims. I swear there was a post where she... Oh, okay. Yes. All right. Okay. She deleted the tweet, of course, but here's the screenshot. Burning violence, deleting tweets, and blocking me doesn't change the fact that you're a pathological liar. You are not Jewish or Roma. Stop lying for attention. Get help. You're disgusting. Here's the post from Burning Violence, a.k.a. Adina Miriam Rosenstein, a.k.a. who knows. This literally happened to me on Tumblr. People were accusing me of lying about being Jewish and asked me to prove that I had family who died in the Holocaust. People on the internet need to be kinder and more normal. Anyways, that's why I don't have Tumblr anymore. Oh, and before this loser and her friends try to claim I'm lying or making shit up, here's a screenshot of her own admission, which is included in the blog that documented her insanity. Okay, this is where she admits to it. Now, here's the big lie, the really big one that I've been kind of worried about addressing. I've been telling this one for nearly a decade now. When I first started telling it, I was young and dumb and didn't fully realize the severity of it. Now, I know that it was an incredibly fucked up thing to lie about, but the sunk cost fallacy combined with my shame has kept me from saying anything. But I know that I've got to face the truth at some point. Oh my God. This was a decade. This was a decade. A decade of lying about being a Jewish and Romani person whose family died in the Holocaust. Caroline, I super recommend Strange Eons on YouTube. She does great essays about Tumblr drama. Ooh, okay. Okay, excellent. Thank you. I'm not actually half Romani. It's a horrible thing to lie about. I know. I started telling this lie when I was around 11 years old. Back then, as awful as it sounds, I just saw it as something that would make me more interesting. I wanted so badly to be more interesting, and I made an awful lot of mistakes because of that desire. Now, of course, I fully understand what a bad decision that was. I've known for years that it was a bad decision, but I've always been too scared to come clean. Please, please, I can't. I can't. She's saying that at 11 years old. That at 11 years old, she was like, I just want to be more interesting, so I'm going to pretend to be half Romani, and then got trapped in this lie for a decade. Oh, God. Oh, no. I can't, what? 11 years old. 11 years old being like, yeah, my family died in the Holocaust. Oops, sorry. I guess this is my life now. This is my identity. I just wanted attention. You know, when I wanted attention, I would like sing Celine Dion on my little karaoke machine. But I guess to each their own, you know, some people want attention. And so they pretend to be Romani and Jewish and have their family die in the Holocaust. The craziest part of this is that they've admitted to it, but then came over to Twitter to like start afresh, start anew. And then was like, people tried to say I was lying, and I wasn't lying. Everyone needs to be kinder. Peace. Girl, just play an RP game. These are the kinds of people where it's like, you just do some RP. Okay? Just do some RP. Just do some, take an improv class. Make of this what you will. Unfollow me, block me, make a call out post about me. I won't blame you. What I did was very, very wrong, and it's completely unacceptable. But I just needed to come clean. I'm sorry for what I did, and I'd like to apologize to everyone that I hurt. I don't know where I'll go from here. Well, I know. Twitter. I don't even know how to end this post. I just want to say one more time from the bottom of my heart that I'm sorry. Here's her admitting that she was going by a fake Jewish name, that she's neither Jewish or Roma, and she knows what she's doing is wrong. So clearly she was found out and then did the sob apology post, but then was like, hey, Twitter, that's a place that I can start all over. Now she acts like people bullied her off Tumblr because they were anti-Semites who didn't believe she had relatives who died in the Holocaust. How is it anti-Semitic to doubt someone who lied about belonging to these very communities? You're a loser. What the fuck? Burning violins, befriending a Jewish person just to claim their dead relatives as their own, to get attention on Reddit under fake Jewish name. That is fucking insane. The name's Adina. Pronouns are they, them. I'm from Chicago. Queer, Jewish, and fucking proud. I like vodka martinis, cheesy movies, and Tom Waits. Is any of that true? Maybe the vodka martinis? Posted by MAGA? What? My grandmother survived the Holocaust. She didn't teach Yiddish or Hebrew to her children because she wanted them to be American. I understand where she's coming from, but I'm a little sad that I never learned Yiddish. Wait, okay. Thank you for salvaging what evidence of this you could find and for somehow finding the patience and compassion to deal with it as kindly as you could. There's also fucking violating. I haven't had the first idea what to say about it since yesterday. They had posts going back years commenting on murders and hate crimes against Romani people saying this is how people treat us. What? So wait a second. Oh my God. They were going under posts of people talking about hate crimes and murders against Romani people being like, these are my people and this is how we were treated. Oh boy, Some of the things they were faking are real facets of my family history, and they're facets I both cling to and rarely feel I can talk about because I have so little claim to them beyond strange experiences with older relatives and complicated, uncomfortable feelings. That they appropriate these identities so loudly and for so long that I really thought they had more authority and connection to those cultures than I do, and more right to present themselves that way makes me want to fucking puke. I don't think they even grasp how dehumanizing their actions were to the friends they were worried about losing. What can you say? What can you even say? I only knew them for a couple of months and I feel manipulated and betrayed. I can't imagine how their longtime mutuals must feel. Who is this person? They also claim they were half Lebanese. You know who's got something to say about that, I bet? Austin Show. Unless Austin Show is this person. Unless Austin Show is lying about being half Lebanese. Which I think I think he's a quarter Lebanese, right? Anyway. Okay, sorry, Queen, who you're talking about. All right, let me just backtrack a bit. So this all started because I said, did y'all see this tweet, this series of tweets that went viral where somebody on Twitter by the name of Burning Violins claimed that they were like, my uncle brought his new girlfriend to Thanksgiving and she's calling herself Jamaican Masterpiece. But here's the thing. She's not Jamaican. She's a white woman who's never been to Jamaica. And everybody laughed and everyone was like along for the ride. And then this person on Twitter kept going. And I remember seeing the first tweet. I was like, ha ha ha, that's very funny. And then I saw the tweets continuing and I went, this just seems too much now. I feel like this person, what I thought was, I was like, either this is all made up or maybe they felt incentivized because everybody liked, maybe the Jamaican Masterpiece part was actually true, but then they just kept going because they were getting attention online. It's such a weird way to blow your cover. So anyway, what happened was people of the internet, which remember, the internet never forgets. The internet never forgets. People of the internet discovered the connection between the Jamaican Masterpiece liar, Twitter liar, being a person who had been run off of Tumblr and then also Reddit because they lied about for a decade about being Jewish and Romani, saying that their family died in the Holocaust. This whole thing, like, stole other people's actual family history. And then when they were found out, made a big apology post. It's like, I'm sorry, I don't even know what to say, but then moved on to Twitter. And then lo and behold, is the same person behind the Jamaican Masterpiece saga. They relapsed, essentially. They relapsed and were like, new platform, new lies. But it's just getting run off of Tumblr as a concept. I know the concept of getting run off of Tumblr. The concept of being run off of Tumblr, but then being found by the people who ran you off of Tumblr, being found on Twitter because you've concocted this whole new lie that went viral. This happens in fandoms all the time. I guess so. Oh, man. People love deactivating on Tumblr. Is it kind of like was it like a I don't know, like a badge of honor almost, deactivating on Tumblr? People on Tumblr get run off for drawing the wrong fan art. Shit gets fucking crazy and hurtful on there. Is Tumblr the craziest platform to have ever existed? But it's only one of those, like, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. Well, okay, 4chan. All right, okay, different type of, well, okay, I guess as far as, like, very niche drama goes. Very niche drama. I feel like Tumblr is unique in it being very, very niche drama that doesn't usually that usually doesn't breach the mainstream. Like, it's something that people who were or are avid Tumblr users are aware of. They're like, oh, wait, we got a lot of stories. Wait till you find out what's gone on Tumblr. White Twinkie, thank you for the 3 months. Eleanor, thank you for the Prime. R. Williams, thank you for the Prime. Tumblr. Okay, wait. Tumblr is a lot of young, queer, mentally ill kids. I say this as someone who was one, dipping their toes into progressive politics for the first time. It's a recipe for disaster. I also feel like, can I say too, I do think I feel like it's harder to lie on the internet now. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm totally off base on this. But I just feel like people will always find you out. And if you're somebody who's like caused drama in the past and then you've rebranded, they'll discover you. They will find you. They will come with the receipts. Wait till you hear about all the Etsy drama. No, that's too much. All right, that's a bridge too far for me. Etsy drama? Those words shouldn't exist. Digital footprints are very prominent now. Yes. Also, everybody just thinks everything is fake. I think there's now this attitude of like nothing is believable, and also because there's just AI slop all over the place. Now there's just this mentality that nothing is real. Nothing is real. Did y'all see the speaking of shit that's been all over my Twitter timeline, did y'all see the Rosie Jasmine Rice Girl? The Jasmine Rice Girl's Suno AI. I just have to say, I haven't seen something in a minute that has truly united people on Twitter. This has united people from like mutuals of mine to big accounts whose tweets I always see, to like artists, DJs, famous DJs. I have seen everybody from like, I have seen everybody be like, nah, fuck this and fuck her. Okay, so essentially what happened was Jasmine Rice Girl, who is somebody that I think became popular on Twitter because she was posting she became known for her brand of horny tweets, like very, very horny tweets. And then started the creator platform Fan House, and then that all fell apart. So there was like drama with that. Anyway, so she makes this post that starts off by like, it's a sob story. And I have to say, by like this point, you kind of can tell when something's going to be a like promoting AI, because there's a certain genre of AI tweet where it's this like starting off with woe is me. And in Jasmine's case, I grew up very poor. My family couldn't afford instruments. I dreamed of being a musician. It's LinkedIn core in that sense as well. But it's because what AI people like Jasmine, who now works for Suno AI, are trying to do is they are trying to act as if AI, in say something like music, democratizes it, that it's actually ethical to use AI because it allows for people who are low income, people who don't have the means, to be able to create art. So they're trying to push this idea that AI in the arts is actually democratizing the arts, and it's actually ethical. Pay no attention to everything else. So here, I can pull up the original because my God. Oh, okay. which is crazy because people have always found a way. And that was a lot of people's point. A lot of people who commented on it were like, hey, just FYI, I'm also a person who grew up poor and I still found a way. I still found a way to make music. So this is fucking bullshit. Just be honest. Just be honest about what you're doing here. And I think that's the truth, right? Where it's like, don't try to cage this in some feel good story. Don't try to cage this in like any type of like morals or ethics. Just be upfront. Just be honest about it. Okay, so here's the post. I grew up singing. I sang everywhere I went. I wrote songs in my diary. I told teachers that I wanted to be a singer and songwriter when I grew up. But wanting to be a musician in 2006, mind you, I'm sorry, but in 2006, I know y'all kids out there were like, no one, and I say that as someone who was a kid at that time, but I myself I was not on the internet. But for those in 2006 who were much more internet savvy, which was like pretty much every other young person besides me, you could figure out a way to make music. You know, wanting to be in music in 2006 required resources that a low-income family didn't have. My parents couldn't afford to get me any instruments. They couldn't pay for my music lessons. They couldn't get me into studios. A dream I had became just a memory until now. I'm beyond proud and honored to get to work at a company that's enabling music creation for everyone. See, here it is. Here it is. For the 13-year-old kid in their bedroom who dreams of being a musician, you can be one. For all the professional artists, you can do more of what you love. I really wish Suno existed 20 years ago when I was a kid in elementary school, showing strangers songs that I wrote with no way to produce them. But I'm really, really happy that it exists today to all the other kids who might need it. We are still just getting started. This is an ad. That's what this is. This is an ad for Suno. And then later in a post, she responded to someone that was like, we're hiring, smiley face. Anyway, so she just keeps fucking going. And it's hilarious that she included a photo of her where there are instruments in the background and she's singing. I don't think this is making the point that you think you're making in your post. Also, a lot of people pointed out in this and subsequent posts that it feels like she wrote this with ChatGPT. Feels like she used AI. Okay. So anyway, so she got absolutely cooked. Absolutely cooked. And as I said, there were so many people who jumped in to be like, yeah, hey, this fucking sucks. And here's the reason that it sucks. There were people who countered her story of growing up poor, and that's why she wished she had Suno when she was young, who's like, hey, as a fellow poor person, as a fellow grew up poor person, this is bullshit. Okay. She got cooked for a week straight. Yes. This post just kept making the rounds. And then she was responding, and it almost felt masochistic, where I was like, are you not seeing that you are getting cooked by literally everyone on the internet across the spectrum? Do you have no self-awareness? It got pretty big on Asian America's Snark on Reddit. Yes. And I think there are also people who kind of were like, you know what? I have been waiting for the moment that people have finally gone, fuck Jasmine Rice Girl, because do I have some feelings towards this person. Anyway, so it's hilarious that she ends this second post with, creativity is boundless and there's room for everyone in it. Okay, if creativity is boundless, why do you need to use Suno AI, which is a company that has admitted to like stealing people's music in order to have their product? Like, that's how this works. It's not even an admitting to it, because it's not like it's any secret. She's been a left-wing grifter, like the only, when they say you can't grift to the left. Well, for the most part, that is true, but there are exceptions. There are exceptions to the rule. I didn't know how you could be talentless and a sellout until I learned about this lady. Yeah. I mean, nobody was buying this. And then Dude, I'm like, why? This is what I mean by it feeling masochistic. She posts a video of herself with the caption "Breathe," and it's her playing a cover of the song 2 a.m. Breathe by Anna Nalick. Great song. And I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Just stop. Just stop. Okay? Just stop, man. And then it was funny because people were fucking cooking her. Like, they're continuing to cook her. This is now like a 2 weeks long cook. And she's like, same people who told me to go pick up an instrument are the same people saying this is worthless. So which is it? I'm like, girl, no, they're roasting you. They're roasting you because you're being a loser. You are like, you just keep going to. So yeah, I'm sorry. They're gonna cook you on a song that you've posted in response to the thousands of people who have been like, yeah, this fucking sucks. Like, you're a grifter. You're pushing this AI company and trying to frame it as like AI democratizes music for all, and it's bullshit. And so I'm sorry, but yeah, they're going to be mean to you in the comments here because also you're showing that you are sitting there making music, which like goes against your whole point too. If she's doing so much for Suno and Suno's doing so much for her, then why is she not using Suno in this video? Yeah, why didn't she cover an AI song if they're so good? Onion person said, why didn't you use Suno? Different tools for different use cases. Sometimes you want to use a Polaroid camera and sometimes you want to use an iPhone. That is not the same fucking thing. That is a bullshit analogy. That is such a bullshit analogy, man. Like I said, these tools can all coexist and in fact complement each other. Oh my God. You're full of shit. Okay. You're just full of shit. And that's why at this point, just be honest. As David Beckham said in that classic clip with Victoria Beckham when she's lying and he's like, be honest. Be honest. Okay. Just like David Beckham said, just be honest. When you are pushing an AI company like Suno, be honest about what you're doing. Don't try to be like, this is ethical and morally good. She got cooked in the DMs. She was getting cooked left, right, up, down, center. I mean, I have never seen so many people that I know like responding to this, because that's the thing is like, I think people are so fed up and I think they see through this. I think they see through this bullshit. She does, or they do. The cornballs over at Suno try to pay me to push the soulless AI slot program. Oh my God. Jasmine, DM this artist. Hey man, huge fan of your videos. I lead creator partnerships at Suno Music. We'd love to do a paid collab with you. Please let me know if you'd be interested in chatting more. I can send over an email. How much would you guys be paying? Do you know your average video views in the last 30 days? Oh, nah. I just looked into this and respectfully, never in my life would I even ever promote AI garbage as an artist. What you're doing is shameful. I'm sure you're a good person, but to profit off of the death of art and creativity is despicable. Shame on you and all your counterparts wasting good water to make a little extra money off people who don't have the brain capacity to create something. Respectfully, some advice. Money isn't everything. Find peace and God in whatever religion that may be. And here's the thing, y'all, okay? People throughout time have found a way. All right? There are plenty of amazing artists who did not come from means and who still found a way to create. Now, is the industry, is the music industry, the film industry, are these industries that are industries in the creative arts, are these industries that are not fair? Absolutely. Okay, you have nepotism, you have just like in everything else, people who are wealthy, who can afford to say, pursue a career in the arts and pay their bills and not have to worry about, not have to worry where their next paycheck is coming from. Yes, there are absolutely unfair elements to the creative arts industries. But as far as making art, I refuse. And there's also like the arts, of course, are so underfunded. Absolutely. Like I have a friend who has an amazing nonprofit in New Orleans that every year I fundraise for with Twitch Rivals. And she raises money to help kids from low income communities like go to summer camp and learn how to produce, learn how to like be radio DJs, like learn how to learn how to make art. It's an amazing summer camp. Anyway, so like yes, there are real issues like arts being underfunded, like people from lower income communities not having the same access, the industries themselves being not based on those who are most talented rise to the top, but there's tons of other factors that are not fair. But that doesn't mean that something like Suno AI is the answer, and that Suno AI is somehow is somehow the like way to fix these problems. It's not what it does. And people like Jasmine who are pushing this, they're full of shit. That's the truth. They work for this company. They're being paid money, probably a good amount of money to convince people that AI, AI programs like that which Suno uses, which are profiting off of real people's art without them being compensated for it, that is somehow that's the answer here. And that's it's somehow that it's like it's actually ethical. Did you see that Warner and Suno made a deal together? Yeah, it's fucked. It is fucked. Here's the quote from the Suno CEO that really highlights the massive disconnect between tech bros and artists. They think the only value is in the end product. It's not really enjoyable to make music now, he said. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of practice. You need to get really good at an instrument or really good at a piece of production software. Oh, God forbid that it takes talent and it takes work. God forbid. But that's the whole thing with these fucking tech bros. They're trying to convince you that that is not a core component of art. That it's like, no. We want to be lazy. We want to take a shortcut here. We want to remove the elements of art making that have always existed. And we are more we are more consumed, focused on the end product, even if it steals, even if it's shit, even if it's like not the point of what art is. It's all about min-maxing. I think the majority of people don't enjoy the majority of the time they spend making music. That is someone who is not an artist. That is somebody who has never truly made music. What's the fucking point then? If people don't enjoy the creating, then why create? It's about the process, because then otherwise it's just like, okay, here's the end product, but no creative process that went into it. Right. And then it's really just a skill issue. Honestly, it's a skill issue, and it's being fucking lazy. Willie, thank you for the 23 months. Shill, thank you for the 5 months. Fucking Ruby, thank you for the Prime. Josie, thank you for the 7 months. These people want a dopamine button where they can gain the joy and pleasure of creating art without effort. But it's like, you know what it is too? It really is not even that There is no pleasure because they're not creating anything. They just want the satisfaction of being like, see, I did it too. See what? Like it's hard. They just want to be able to do something that they actually don't care about. They don't care about, they don't care about taking the time, learning the skills, having the drive and the desire to actually create. They just want to be like, see, I did it. And I did it by taking a shortcut. Like the shortcut is the point too. No pressure, but it's 9:30. Oh shit. Okay. All right. Anyway, I need to get a cook in. Ooh, I'm getting all fired up. And it's also for them, it's just about money too. That's what these tech bros are all about, right? Because these companies, they're all about making profit. Of course, they're all about making profit. It's not about democratizing anything. It's not about making opportunities for people. It's about them making lots and lots of money. Okay. Anyway, let's move over to the kitchen. Hi, Carol. I know this is random, but will you be going to this? Oh, I saw this. I'd like to go if I can. The Artists for Aid LA concert has been announced, featuring performances from Shawn Mendes, Omar Apollo, Lucy Dacus, Clairo, Faye Webster, Raven Lenae, Blood Orange Geese, and more. Pedro Pascal and Bella Hadid will be hosting the event on January 10th. All proceeds from the concert will go towards the Sudanese American Physicians Association, the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Would love to be able to go if I can. All right. Whew. You know what I call this? I call this my Celsius rant. Every time I even have like a couple sips of Celsius, I'm like, all right, what do we got to say here? Okay, let me move us over to the kitchen. I got to remember how to do this. I go here. IRL Toolkit server pull down. Let's see if this works. Okay. Let's try this again. It's showing up on my IRL run. Let me see if there's something wrong with the Okay. Hold on. Why is this not working? Kitchen. What the fuck? What is happening? What is going on? What in the actual fuck was that? Wait, what is happening here? Media source, IRL toolkit. Oh, did I not start this? Stream is already running. Okay. Stream is running. Why are you not popping up? What the hell was that? Okay. Now. Okay. Don't go on to that screen. Now everything else is working. It says ingest now. It's just not popping up. Let me try something. Okay. Usually it takes a second, but RTM. Okay, that's right. Destinations. Click to view. Stream key. Save. What the fuck? IRL toolkit server pull down. Why are you not? What am I forgetting? I started the stream over there. No, it's all good over there. But why? Network buffering? Okay. Wait. Let me think. If I go kitchen cam, what happens over here? No, because that's okay. Stop! Media source, properties. Why are you not working? Ingest. Ingest is up. Fuck. What is happening? What is going on? No, it's all good over there. For some reason, it is not wanting to. No, it's the connection between my desktop setup and then my kitchen setup. Because I have a thing on my desktop setup here that I click on, and then it's supposed to just take us over to and when I look at my ingest here, I'll show you what it looks like. See, it's there. Here it is. Here's the kitchen setup over there, but for some reason I cannot figure out why this is not wanting to connect. No source selected. Media source. Okay, let me see if that works. Media source IRL toolkit. Come on. Okay, remember when I said there were no tech issues? Well, something is not right here. Dinner and a movie Sunday with tech issues were so back, except this time, yeah, you dummies. The camera is on. I showed you the ingest preview. You can see the kitchen. The issue is that it's not wanting to. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Let me go to oh my God. Custom RTMP is on. If I go to edit, server. Okay, what if I do, let me try. And a butt out of burrow. Okay, let me just try to re-put this in. Let's see, server IRL. Now, does that do anything? Does that do anything? Quando. Satan's silliest goose, thank you for the 8 months. Rat's back, thank you for the prime. Thank you for all the crazy bits. Kingo Guns, thank you for the 15 months. Okay, that's not doing shit. What if I go? Does that do anything? Let me try this. Oh boy. Oh man. Nope. Okay. Okay. One more thing I'm gonna try. Oh, it's supposed to just go. Why aren't you going? Oh God, I'm gonna have to contact Nico again. Oh fuck. I am always bothering this man. Ugh. Ah. Media. Okay. What the hell? Don't touch. Media source. What if? No. Okay. All right. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Sorry to bother yet again. Is there going to be a day ever that I don't have to bother this man? LOL. But everything seems to be working with my kitchen setup and on IRL. It's just not show how do I even describe this? It's just not connecting when I try switch from desktop to my kitchen setup. And I promise that I have done all of the troubleshooting that I know how to do. I have done all the troubleshooting. Okay, and see, like if I go here, let me take one more photo and show that it's not playing anything. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Oh boy. It's so embarrassing too when it is like difficult to even try and explain what the problem is. I always feel like an idiot. I'm like, how do I even how do I even describe what's going on? Here's what's going on. Here's what's happening. Moonflora, thank you for the 28 months. Kungi, thank you for the gifted. Yeah, the double horses. Oh boy. Y'all, it really is always something. It really is. Well, I don't know what to, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Everything else looks good. I did all the troubleshooting that I know how to do. See, it's over there. It's waiting to be. It's all up and running. I didn't have any problems with the kitchen setup, but yeah, it's not connecting. Shit. My Mapo tofu. Do you get some of the money for the horses? It costs 50 bits every time. I will tell you what was it? Saturday? Whenever you guys were doing the crazy bits, I looked at the total afterwards with the constant bits. It was $8. It was $8. I mean, I guess we can just go into movie night, but Knock Docs, thank you for the 39 months. Money well spent. Yeah. I think 50 bits is like 5 cents or something like that. Isn't 100 bits $1? I think so. And then Twitch takes their cut. All right. While I'm waiting for Nico's responding now. All right. I said, sorry to bother yet again, LOL, but everything seems to be working with my kitchen setup and on IRL. It's just not connecting when I try and switch from desktop to my kitchen setup. Okay, well, I will at least tell you what I'm planning for us to do for film class. So I picked a film that... So you looked a gift horse in the mouth? I did. I picked a film that is from 1995, but it is part of a trilogy, and that trilogy spans almost 20 years. And it's something that I have wanted to watch for a minute now on stream, and it was available on YouTube. No, it's not Rush Hour. No. This is a trilogy that particularly the first two films, but I think are some of the greatest romance films of all time. And I am not a person who typically is drawn to this genre. There are certain rom-coms that I enjoy, but by and large, I'm like, I tend to like more romantic dramas. I would say that this is purely mostly a true romance film. And it's considered one of the greatest trilogies of all time. When you look at this director's filmography, probably some of his greatest work. What I will say is if you're not into romance, like me, for the most part, I think you should still stick around and try this film out because it's really a film that's about human interaction. And I think there's a lot of people who feel the same way about this trilogy, and in particular the first two films, where they may not generally care for romance films, but there's just something about these films that are the exception. And in my personal opinion, I think two of my favorite films and two of the greatest films that deal with that deal with themes of like romance, of longing, of life and human connection. One of them is In the Mood for Love, Wong Kar-wai, which is my favorite Wong Kar-wai film and also one of my favorite films of all time. And the second one is this trilogy, the first film being Before Sunrise. So this is the Before trilogy by Richard Linklater. Richard Linklater, who is a director known for experimenting with like time in his films. So a lot of his films, which will either, take place in one day, or films that he films over the course of years. So Boyhood, which he filmed over the course of 12 years, the Before trilogy, which starts in 1995 and stars Ethan Hawke and Julie Delpy. And the second film in the trilogy comes 9 years later, same two actors. And then the third film in the trilogy comes 9 years after that. So he and these two actors created this trilogy over the course of almost 2 decades. And I think what draws me to this trilogy is that it's for the most part, I'm a person who's like, I love plot. I love things happening. These films are about 2 people connecting and having just conversations on life, on love, on self-discovery, and it really just it draws you in. The dialogue, the performances, the simplicity of it. It really is, I think, for me, a standout in this genre of film. And on paper, you might be like, this can't work. There's no way. It must at some point become boring, or just you just kind of get over it. And no, it really is a phenomenal, incredible trilogy. Of the first 2 films in particular, Before Sunrise and then Before Sunset, are they're just spellbinding. And hold on a second, I forgot that Nico was looking into. Yes, just opened it up. Was the trilogy, were the other films initially planned? No, they weren't. The reason they decided to do the next film was because the first film was so successful, and not in like a they did it for money type of way, but just like how people were really drawn to the characters and their relationship. And so in the second film, Ethan Hawke and Julie Delpy, the stars of the first film, really decided to they played a bigger role in writing the second film. And then the third film was because they felt like they needed to continue the story and kind of bring to straight up clown shit. Bugs Bunny ass Looney Tune shit. The concept of talking about the Before trilogy and then being interrupted by by those fucking alerts. The tonal whiplash, man. I guess that's the bit alerts that Twitch has implemented, but I thought I had turned them off. I guess not. It's Twitch. That's not my doing. It is not my doing. So anyway, hopefully this will get fixed and we can make some mapo tofu, and then afterwards we will be watching Before Sunrise. And it really launched. I mean, it launched all of their careers. Well, Richard Linklater had done Dazed and Confused prior to that, which launched Matthew McConaughey's career. And then he had, before that, was in indie filmmaking. But Ethan Hawke was considered, but at the time, Richard Linklater thought he was too young. He's like, I just don't know about this. I think he's great, but I think he's too young. And then he saw him. Dragon Army, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. He saw him in a play. And then they had another conversation afterwards, and he realized actually he's perfect for who I envision, who I need for this film, because the crucial part, aside from the screenplay, aside from the dialogue in this film, are the performers. You needed to have 2 people who just can not only carry a film that heavily relies on dialogue, little plot. I mean, it all takes place in one day. Not a ton of plot, but all about the conversations between these 2 characters, but also would have really great chemistry. You cannot sell a romance film if you do not have like tried and true chemistry between your leads. Does it all happen before sunrise? Bada bing, bada boom. And then the next film, Before Sunset. And then the last film, Before Midnight. Why are they turning Twitch into TikTok? Because money. I need to know how the cartoon noises are happening. So I'm pretty sure those are the bit sounds that Twitch has implemented, this kind of TikTok style bit thing, and those are the Twitch sounds for the bits. And they're definitely not obnoxious at all. Ice cream's so good. People were saying it was Sam from a previous stream. No. It wasn't Sam. No, what you guys were looking at was I have a scene called Kitchen Cam. That was when Sam and I did our fundraiser. And there's Sam Cam, but Sam was not responsible for those Looney Tune noises. Madeline, thank you for the tier 1. No, don't. Okay, we're turning it off. We're turning it off. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, hopefully this is going to be fixed. What else can we say on the film? You know, the other thing too that I love about Before Sunrise, I mean, really the trilogy is there's a lot of trust in the audience to go along with to get on the ride, basically, where there's not going to be these, there's not these major moments. There's not this like major drama or kind of the structure of like a rom-com. Yeah, it's like he doesn't treat his audience like idiots. It's placing trust in the audience to it's almost kind of like being a fly on the wall, and yet it's still it's so captivating and it's so simple, yet leaves a really strong impression on you. But I think I think I've always appreciated Richard Linklater because one, he kind of bucks traditional narrative structures and really is not afraid to do things that others would maybe look at like as a death sentence, as like there's just no way that this could work. The outcome of it could be what the idea is. How long until you start the film? Well, probably an hour, I would say. When his sellout movie School of Rock is great. Right, I know. When his like big studio, big movie School of Rock is fucking phenomenal. Be aware the movie might be taken off at some point because it's also a new month soon. Oh yeah, oh yeah, true. I think we should be able to start before 9 though, so we should be good. Yeah, that's happened quite a few times. All right, come on, ingest, please. 12 a.m. East Coast strikes again. Y'all, I'm sorry that I'm sorry I got a little bit behind because I drank some Celsius and then went on a couple tangents about Jamaican Masterpiece and then Jasmine Rice Girls Suno AI post, and then of course this was not working, so sorry, my bad. Ooh. Oopsie. But the more the more you know. Okay, we should be good. Okay, I don't know if Nico is still in the computer or not. He said you should be good. How do I know? Okay. Okay, wait. Stream failed. Wait, can you guys see? Okay, so if I go here. Yay! All right. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Okay. We should be in. Thank you to Nico. Okay. Cool. We should be in. Thank you to Nico. Okay, test. Yep. Okay. Okay. All right, is that good? All good? Okay. Okay, great. Let me pull up our recipe. Cool beans. Wait, is there a crazy delay? You know what I can do? Here. Let me try something. Okay, let me try to. Let me see if that. Yeah, this. Okay, why is there such a freaking. It should be back. Okay. There's always some delay for the kitchen. Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's just do it. Let's just freaking do it. What is this? What is Wahlburgers? All right. Well, this is the only clean apron I have. So we're just going to use the we're just going to use the Wahlburgers apron. Cool. Great. Okay. There's a delay in chat, but I don't really know what to do about that. This is Mark's apron. All right, you guys. So we're making mapo tofu. And let me just go through the ingredients list. 1/2 cup of oil, 1 to 2 fresh Thai bird chili peppers, 6 to 8 dried red chilies, 1/2 to 1.5 tablespoons of Sichuan peppercorns that need to be powdered or finely ground. 3 tablespoons of ginger, finely minced, 3 tablespoons of garlic, 8 ounces of ground pork, 1/2 tablespoons of spicy bean sauce, low sodium chicken broth, 1 pound of silken tofu, 1/4 cup of water, cornstarch, sesame oil, sugar, scallion. I should have everything ready to go. Now, what I will say about this recipe, is I need to have all my ingredients prepped. I can't do what I normally do, which is kind of prepping as I go along, because if it burns when it's in the wok, it's fucked. If the peppers burn or whatever else I'm putting in, then it's gonna taste like shit. So here's that's what's going on. Okay, so I'm gonna start off. Also, I gotta show you how absurd this is. I accidentally got way too much ginger. I thought I was getting just a little bit of ginger, but this is, yeah, mise en place. Mise en place. She's learning, folks. She's finally learning. So this is a lot of ginger, and I definitely don't need all of it, but you know, I guess it's better to have more than less. So, okay. All right. We want to toast the chilies. So I need to have 1 to 2 fresh Thai bird chili peppers, thinly sliced. Okay, so let's pick out some good ones. They're really small. I don't know if that's right, but sure. Okay. It'll stay fresh frozen. Yes, I'm going to freeze the ginger so it doesn't go bad. And then dried chilies. We want 6 to 8 red ones. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to go on the lower end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to go on the lower end. Green Base Guy, thank you for the 6 months. Small equals very hot. I'm like, these are so small, I could probably put in a couple more. Cut to me dying. Handro, thank you for the 38 months. Okay, and then these are the Sichuan red peppercorns. So I need to ground up 1/2 to 1/2 tablespoons of these. So this is where we get the Szechuan from. I think what I'll do is, woo! Woo-hoo! Ooh, that'll put some hair on your chest. Wow, baby. Wowie. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna put some in there. Yo! Okay, and then I want to, these need to be ground up. Pow pow. If you've not had Sichuan before, it's intense, man. I don't think this is the way to do it. Maybe, do I have a rolling pin? Okay, I do have a rolling pin. Will this work? I don't know if this is working. I need a mortar and pestle. I don't have one. Okay, it's not doing shit. Okay, do I have a food? I think I have a food processor somewhere. Shit. Where's my freaking food processor? Oh, here. Okay. Maybe this will work. Let's try it. Make a crafting table. All right, let's try to do it in. Loved. All right, let's try this. God, that Szechuan smell is intense. That is intense, man. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We are about to start our descent into Los Angeles. Whoa! The fasten seatbelt sign is now on, so that means please don't get up from your chair. You, sir, right there. Yeah, you're choosing to go to the bathroom right now, right as we are starting our descent, and the fasten seatbelt sign is on. Yeah, you know you had 4 hours to go to the bathroom. Sir, yeah, I know you are a Delta silver medallion holder. Sir, this is maybe the worst time that you can go to the bathroom. Okay. I think that should be good. All right. So we've got our passenger corns. Nope. We've got our peppercorns. And then dried chilies. We want to roughly chop. Okay, we're going to roughly chop these dried chilies. Rough. Okay. I never know what rough means. Like, do I kind of just like, hey, I'm walking here. Hey, I'm chopping some dried red chilies here. Like, is that rough? You know what I mean? All right, there are things coming out everywhere. Okay, that seems good and rough. You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding. Okay. All right, and then we're gonna slice these thinly. You want to thinly slice the Thai chili. I don't have gloves, so I will wash my hands. Okay, thin. Okay. So far. Ooh, I can feel that in my eyeballs already. Whoa. Yeah, this is the kind of thing where when you're working with peppers like this, don't touch your eyes, don't scratch your butt, don't adjust your ball sack. You will be miserable. Okay. Got that. Now, let's do some of this ginger. Okay, I am going to shed the ginger's skin. Okay. We probably need more than this because I think we need 3 tablespoons. But we'll start off with this ginger chunk. Okay. Great. Don't litmus test after touching peppers. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be touching this stuff because I have yet to wash my hands. But, you know. All right, so 3 tablespoons of ginger finely minced. I'm just gonna ginger away. I like using a spoon for ginger. There is the old spoon trick. The old ginger spoon trick. Instructions unclear. I am now covered in chilies. Well, that's what we call a drunken Tuesday night out. Chilies, baby back ribs. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back. That always makes me think of Sear. I don't know why. There was one day that he just kept singing that. Chili's baby back ribs. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back. I hate grating ginger. Yeah, you know, I kind of wish I had just gotten minced ginger. That would have been time saving. I do have minced garlic, so I will be shortcutting on that. But, okay. That is really not enough, but I am lay tired already. Oh my God, that's like half a... Do I really need 3 tablespoons? That seems so extra. It's from The Office. I feel like everything is from The Office. You can use the food processor, really? Instead of mincing this by hand. Woo, baby! Lady Guan doesn't mince ginger by hand. Except her staff is all gone for the evening. Oh, boy. Boy, this is a lot. I love garlic too, because I get really annoyed having to mince garlic. Huh. My Cuban abuela used pre-minced garlic. Yeah, because your Cuban abuela knows what's up. I'm not here for the garlic purists. Okay, I am really fucking over this, though. Oh my God. See, this is when I wish I had magic. Where I could just... And then this would, you know, grate on its own. Yeah, the times that I really wish I had magic is when I'm grating... Is when I'm grating ginger. No other time. Are you shredding a chicken? Yeah, this is a chicken. This is a chicken foot. See, what's fucking bullshit is when a recipe will be like 10 minutes of prep. 10 minutes of prep. I'm going as fast as you can go. And this is absolutely not 10 minutes of prep. If I were to mince all of that garlic, instead of using the garlic, plus this, plus everything else, oh, my hand is cramping. Okay. That's gotta be at least 1.5, at least. That means I'm only halfway through. Oh my God, kill me. Bippity boppity, bippity boppity, bippity boppity boo. I feel like my rule of thumb on prep is that you have to at least double it. At least double whatever it says. Oh my God. Holy shit. Oh, that is pretty dull grater, I will say. Okay. Oh my God. I can only do it for like 5 seconds and then my hand starts to go. Let me just measure this and see how much it is. Okay, here's half. 1. Fuck. 1.5. Let's call that 2. Holy shit. Okay, we're gonna call that 2. Nope, it's definitely not 3. I'm trying not to fuck this up either. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is like Olympic training. This is Olympic training and ginger mincing. Sunrise, look up. Ah! Ah! Okay. All right, let me get it. Let me get another piece. Ah! See, but here's the thing. I do all my prep on stream, so you guys can gauge how long it's actually going to take. Look up and you see that sunrise. Whew! Okay. Okay. I can be cold. Pierce my nose. God, I love Casey. Okay. Almost done. Good on green. Good when you put your hands all over me. Have you ever seen somebody mince garlic like this before? Then we say, oh, whoo, whoo. Okay, I think I should be almost done. I do feel like that should be almost 3. I'll just do a little bit. It's a lot of work. This is why, honestly, just getting it in the jar. Heading out to work. Oh, like Sally. Sally in Beijing heading out to work. Oh my God, come on. Please. I feel like you shouldn't be this out of breath. Okay, that's enough. It's gotta be. Okay. All right. Good. Good. Now, what else do I need? Okay, Thai bird chili peppers, dried red chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, ginger, garlic, ground pork, spicy bean sauce right here. Okay. All right. Open that up. Here's the broth, the chicken broth. Ugh. All right. The harder you work for it, the better the food. Is that true? May I suggest Engelbert Humperdinck for your song cue? You know what? You can take it up with the rest of the team. Okay. Huh? Okay, now let's get the wok in here. And just make sure I don't need... Oh, actually, I should probably cut up my tofu. Just kind of scoot these things to the side. Okay, I should probably cut up the tofu. It looks like everybody is saying yes. The people love Engelbert Humperdinck. Okay. All right, so we're gonna open this tofu. Okay. Has Caroline Kwan been successful with cooking? Yes! All the time! Okay. Here it is. Here's the tofu. I want this cut into 1-inch cubes. God, I love how smooth tofu is. It's so nice to cut. Okay, so let's see how that looks. 1-inch cubes. Come see, come saw. Okay, so I think it's gonna be like, actually, here's what I'm gonna do. Cut this again. Woo! Yes. And then I'm gonna go like boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cuts. Okay. I'm going to cut it across. I'm going to cut these ones too. I don't think I've ever actually made a tofu dish. I've always thought about it, but I've never done it, which is crazy because I actually do like tofu. Okay, there's that. And now I think also we probably want to do cut through that. Doesn't work as well with the soft stuff. With the soft. Yeah, I think it's probably easiest if you keep the tofu refrigerated before you cut it up. Look, I really look like I know what I'm doing. Where my tofu lovers at? Do you keep the juice in? No. All right. Here's our tofu. Okay. Let me bring this guy over. Can you guys see this if it's over here? Yeah, okay. Excuse me, I need to take this plug. This is one of my favorite things that I have. It's my New Wave wok. My dad got this for me. Okay, so first we toast the chilies. If you have homemade toasted chili oil, you can skip this step. Heat your wok over low heat. I can't remember what low heat, hold on. What is temperature-wise? What is low heat on New Wave wok? This is the issue that I ran into when I was making the 3-cup chicken, that I burnt the shit out of it. Low heat is 100 degrees. Okay, yeah, that was on 350. We definitely don't want that. And then... Fuck! Okay. That noise means it's on. And it heats up really fast. Crystal, thank you for the 6 months. In the middle. Okay, so add half the oil, and oil we want half a cup, so 1/4 cup. 1/4 cup of oil. Where's my half cup? I'm just gonna, here's my half cup of oil. Okay, so we're gonna put half of that in. Okay, I think that was a little, I put too much oil in. Wait. Fucked up. Okay, we're back. Okay, yeah, that's still too much oil, but it's fine. Whatever. Add half the oil, throw in the fresh and the dried peppers. Okay. Is this right? Is this hot enough? See, that's the thing, is I always question it. It says New Wave. Should I do it hotter? It's definitely on. It's getting hot. I just get afraid to do it too hot. No way. 325 is way too hot on this thing, because this is how I burnt the shit out of the 3-cup chicken. This is just, you guys, this is just for, you don't want the peppers to burn. It's really crucial. It's really crucial that they don't burn. You stir occasionally and heat until fragrant. Okay, all right, let's just put them in. So we're gonna do these guys. These are the Thai. Oh, see? It's going. Okay. Stir occasionally and heat until fragrant. Where's my... freaking... So we don't want them to burn. Very important not to burn. Oh, that does smell good though. Oh, she's walking over here. She is walking. So we want the chilies to release their oils and their flavors. Yes. And then we're going to remove it from the heat after 5 minutes. We don't want it to burn. Very crucial. See, it already smells burnt. Fuck. Like, these already look a little burnt. I don't know. I always feel like when I start off a recipe, I'm like, oh, I'm fucked. See, these already look like... No, I don't know. With you. It says stir occasionally and heat until fragrant. I don't frickin' know. Yeah, well, no, it's literally the lowest. It's the lowest setting that it can be on. Maybe they're supposed to look this way. I think it's crucial, like, not to really. I think you really don't want to burn the Sichuan peppercorns. All right, it says 5 minutes. It's only been 2.5, but I feel like it's good. Okay, then we're gonna put that. We're gonna put that in a bowl. See you dance again. Okay. Oh, wow. That really shot out a lot. Oopsie. Okay. Well, just clean that up a little bit. Okay. Yeah, no way is it 5 minutes. That is way too long. Okay. All right, we keep going. Heat the remaining half of the oil in your wok over medium heat. And that is medium heat. This thing gets hot so fast too. Let's go 225. Okay. There's that. Just gonna put a little bit more. All right. So we are gonna do the ginger and then the garlic. So let me get my garlic ready. A tablespoon. Okay. All right. Here's our fuck ass 3 tablespoons of ginger. Ooh, does smell good, I will say. Smells delish. So 1 minute. 1 minute on this. Mmm. Yum. And then we're gonna put our garlic in. Which, you know what? The fact that it's in the jar is gonna make it extra delicious. Extra delicious. Wow. Okay, let's get our garlic. Yum. Okay, 1, 2, yum, garlic. 3. Okay. Here's our garlic. Right. I'm gonna heat this another minute. Hey, Caroline, is the wine cellar? Ugh, this wine cellar is still being installed. It's taking forever. Nobody wants to get off their ass and work. You know what I'm saying? Okay, and then we're gonna put it up to... Then we go to high heat. Okay. So we're gonna put the pork in now. Here's our pork. So I have it's a little bit more than I think the recipe calls for, but it's fine. Okay, now we need to turn this temperature up. Turn this bad boy up. I'm gonna turn this up to 500. And then you wanna break up the meat and fry it. Fry the meat until it's cooked. This is Lady Guan's kitchen. Lady Guan's home cooking mapo tofu. With the world's smallest... Oh, shit. Did my camera go? Oh, shit. Hold on. Wait a second. I think my camera died. Wait, or my battery. Hold on. Okay. We should be back. It's like nothing ever happened. Cooked too hard, the battery died.
Well. Okay. We're back. I've been back for a minute now, but okay, so you want the meat to be thoroughly cooked. And you want this on high. So I'm at 500 degrees. And then we're gonna add in our Szechuan peppercorns and stir for 15 to 30 seconds. Take care to not let it burn. It will turn bitter if it does. And then after that, we add the spicy bean sauce. Add the chicken broth. Ready your tofu, combine the water and cornstarch. Shit, okay, I forgot to do one thing. Wait, okay. We want 1 or 2 tablespoons of spicy beans. Okay, this 2/3 cup little chicken broth. Where'd my third go? Okay, there's that. 1.5 teaspoons of cornstarch mixed with how much water? 1/4 cup of water. Okay. One and a half. Make sure I keep going like that. 1.5 tablespoons of cornstarch. Whew! Y'all, cooking I feel like everything's fine and then it starts getting a little bit stressful. Then you're like, okay. All right. 1. Okay. Get a thing. Just kind of start. Half. Okay. 1. Okay, 1.5. Bada bing, bada boom. That's good. And then I need 1/4. Where the fuck is my 1/4 cup? Oh, I think it's in Farley's dog food. Okay, I have been struggling because I really need to get a 1/4 cup. What's this? 1/2? No, see, that's not 1/4. 1 cup. What if I just go? No, shit. Yeah, I use the 1/4 cup to pour out his food. So now I need a. Problem is, this doesn't have a 1/4 cup on it. Okay, let me see if that's half. Half of half. Yeah. Yeah, that's about 1/4. That's about 1/4. Okay. So I'm gonna mix that in the water. Okay, this should be almost done. Whew. 4 tablespoons is 1/4 cup. Good to know. Problem is, my tablespoon thing is also kind of dented. I need to get a new one of those. Maybe will be back from the podcast in time to try this delicious Mapo tofu. I'm hoping that this will be done in like 20 minutes and then we can get to movie and then it won't be too terribly late. This is still gonna break this up. Okay. Tradwife Sundays. That's right. Tradwife Sundays. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Now, where's my Szechuan peppercorns? I need one. I don't get how people clean and they cook at the same time. 1 to 1.5 tablespoons. Okay, I'm gonna do 1 tablespoon. And then I have some extra if I want it. Okay, let me make sure this meat is all cooked up. It's pork. Make your own cereal next. I honestly think I'd rather shoot myself. Okay. Here's the thing about cooking, and I know I've said this before. So I probably spent like $40 on ingredients, and then the time that it takes to cook, and then cleaning up afterwards. I could have ordered Mapo tofu from somewhere for cheaper, without the mess. That's not what it's all about, right? Okay. So now, this is crucial. We don't want this to burn. Stir for 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. Do I turn this down? I don't know. I'm scared. Now we're going to do the bean sauce, which is 1 to 2 tablespoons of the bean sauce. One. Really roughly estimating that. Okay, so bean sauce. Add the chicken broth. How much chicken broth we want? Sorry, I can't look at chat right now. 2/3 cup of low sodium chicken broth. Okay. Oop! Shit! Okay. Oopsie. What happened? I don't know. Okay. Add that in. Add this 1/3. Okay, 2/3 cup. 1, 2. I'm gonna put a little bit extra in because I have extra meat. Okay. All right, I think we avoided burning the peppercorns, which is huge. Okay, QTE time. I know. Whoever gave bits or some RBI, thank you. Thank you. Yes, because you don't normally cook. I know, and that's why I don't normally cook. Okay. Now, what's next? Let this simmer for a minute or so. While that's happening, ready your tofu and combine the water and cornstarch. Wait, it doesn't tell me what temperature I'm supposed to... What the fuck temperature is this supposed to be at? Who knows? I'm just gonna go like halfway. I'm gonna put this at medium. Yeah, okay. That's good. If it ain't red, you need more of the red sauce of the bean sauce. I mean, I put, yeah, why isn't it red? I mean, I put 2 tablespoons. Okay. I cook semi-often, still slow. It just takes forever. All right. Add the cornstarch mixture. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. This is not the color I think it's supposed to be. I'm a little confused. Add the cornstarch mixture and then add. When do I put the. Okay. I don't know. Here's the cornstarch. Stir. Let it bubble away until the sauce starts to thicken. If it gets too thick, splash in a little more water or a little more chicken stock. Wow. Whoa. Okay. Add your chili oil from before, peppers and all. Stir the oil into the sauce and then add the tofu. All right, we're almost done here. Trust the process. I'm trusting the process. I am trusting. Okay. All right, here's my chilies. Here's my chili oil. Well, let's see. Okay. Stir the oil into the sauce. Maybe this will make it a little bit darker. Je ne sais pas. Just add MSG. Fuck it. Okay, and now we want to add the tofu. Here's our tofu. It's a lot of tofu. Some might say too much, or some might say not enough. Okay, the tofu is in. Replay, thank you for the resub. Try tasting a little bit of it. Oh, I'm gonna taste it at the end. I taste my food at the end. Okay, let everything cook for 3 to 5 minutes. I mean, it looks right? Question mark? Doesn't really have the color of Sichuan, but that's okay. A lot of oil. Okay. All right, I don't know what this is supposed to be at temperature-wise, so I just have it at medium. 3 to 5 minutes. 3 to 5 minutes, and then after that, add the sesame oil and sugar along with the scallions and stir until the scallions are just wilted. Okay, let me chip my scallions. And then we're almost done here, folks. Folks, can you believe it? Okay. Whoa. Whoa, baby, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Scallions.
say that you're stuck in a pale blue dream, and your tears feel hot on my bed sheet. Drape your arms around me and softly say,
Okay. 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 Oh my God. I teleported. Farley, this will kill you. This will literally kill you, Farley. Okay. Yes, it definitely is very, very Sichuan. It's very hot. It was good though. It was tasty. I gave it an 8 out of 10. I already feel it clearing out my sinuses. Yeah. I am, my boyfriend Austin Show will like it. I don't know if he really liked Szechuan food. I think it might be too much for him. But my roommate, I think, will really like it. I had to hesitate. I was like, who was he again? How didn't it get read like the pick? I don't know. I do feel like the picks don't count. Secret Bummers, thank you for 11 months. The picks are a lie. Daughter of Darkness, thank you for the 4 months. Ooh. So it's the chili base. I use gochujang. Yeah, maybe. I think I'm trying to think of what I used. I guess I used the bean paste. I don't know. I don't know why it didn't turn more red, but it tasted good. It did taste good. Okay, I'm going to end the stream over there. Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened. I think my mic died. My mic died and I was like, well, I'm at the end of stream, so whatever. Okay, let's get going on our film class. Wait, it's only 7:20? Oh my God. Wait, I just now realized that my computer I never changed it. So my computer's an hour behind. Oh. You know, I think when I was going off on, I thought it would auto change. I guess it doesn't. I think when I was going off on my tangents and I kept looking at the clock, I was like, oh, I have plenty of time. I was like, oh, it's only 6 o'clock. I don't know. I guess it did not auto change. So it says 7:20. Oopsie. My bad. Erebus Wolf, thank you for the 7 months. Happy Peasant, thank you for the 3 months. Jiff, thank you for the 24 months. Yeah, I probably won't change that at all. Okay, let's get... Oh, what's happening on here? Oh, excuse me. Something is breaking on my computer. Oh. Google Chrome is not responding. Well, what the hell? What's happening? What's going on? I don't know. What's happening, little one? Okay. Something is going on. All right, we're back. We are back. Okay, so anyway, cooking, I would say, is a success. I would say this was a successful dinner of the dinner and a movie night. So, bada bing, bada boom. We did it, folks. Made Mapo tofu. Seems to be more rare to have successes than less rare. So now is the film class portion of the stream. And as I said before, we are watching Before Sunrise, which is the first film in the Richard Linklater Before trilogy. And we are going to start off by pulling up our movie rules. This will give you the chance to run to the bathroom, to go get a snacky, to get cozy. And I will be right back.
It's a groovy time for a movie time. So grab your gal and grab a seat. Don't forget to get something to eat. Delicious meat and nutritious meat.
You can't beat my meat for a special treat. Sucking on me is really neat.
Don't be a jerk and don't be a fool. Be a good neighbor and follow these rules. What are these rules? Remember to keep your shoes on at all times. Don't pull your penis out unless you really need to. Indecent exposure is a class 2 felony.
Just fix. I love the I love how it just throws a couple extras in there. Okay. All right, everybody. Farley's very sad that he's not getting any Mapo tofu, but like I said, it would kill him. He would die. Farley, you want to come sit on Mama's lap as we watch this wonderful film? Okay, all right. Last thing here. Stream. Okay. Okay. All right, everybody, welcome to film class. Now, I do have the subtitles pulled up on this. It is YouTube, and YouTube always has some weird fucking subtitles. So, let's hope that they're not totally trash. Okay, let me get rid of that. All right, everybody. So this is one of what I consider to be the greatest trilogies of all time. This is the first film in said trilogy. It is called Before Sunrise. It is a 1995, I would say more heavy on the romantic than on the drama, but it is directed by Richard Linklater, starring a very young Ethan Hawke and Julie Delpy. And it is about two people who meet on a train and decide to spend a day together. What else can I say? Anyway, this, I think, especially with Ethan Hawke, who is very famous now, this was a huge launching pad for him. And this is also fairly early on in Richard Linklater's career. Before this, he had done Dazed and Confused, and he did the film Slacker, and then did a couple indie films. But yeah, this really, I think, solidified him as one of the great humanist directors, somebody who really loves dialogue and a focus on people connecting. So anyway, without further ado, here we go.
Hold me like a mother would, like I've always known somebody should, yeah. Although tomorrow
Also, shout out to the soundtrack in
it
this
don't
film.
look that good. Well, it just goes to show, though people
All right, you guys are gonna have to wait 9 years now. 9 years to watch the follow-up. The second film, which is called Before Sunset. This one was Before Sunrise. And so 9 years from now, from like right now or from last night? Last night, 6 months from last night. They said 6 months, but guess what? We're gonna follow how it was when this film came out in real time. And the people who watched this film waited 9 years. 9 years to see what happened with Jesse and Celine. So I'll see ya in 9 years. Okay, no, we're not gonna wait 9 years, but you need to sit with this. You just sit with it even a moment, you know? We're not doing a double feature. We're not doing a double feature because what if you're canceled in 9 years? Well, then I'll still be streaming because that's how it goes these days, and we'll see who's still around. We're not doing a double feature because we're doing a triple feature. Just kidding. No, I just want you to okay, I've sat with it. I'm ready to move on. Yeah, okay. So let's talk about it. First of all, you should know that film is not improvised. So I think a lot of you assumed there was improvisation, and maybe a lot of it because of just the natural way that both actors handled that dialogue and how it so perfectly overlapped, and it just felt really authentic. But no, that was the very meticulous screenwriting of Richard Linklater, and then also Kim Kreisen, who was an actress that had been on a couple of his films previously. And he realized as he was writing the film, and he wrote this film based on a story that he had experienced in his personal life. One day he met some woman in the 80s in a toy shop in Philadelphia. and they spent the whole day together, and they just had conversations. And then that was it. Like that's not who he ended up with. But it was something that stuck with him. And so 7 years after he had this day with this random woman, he wrote the screenplay for Before Sunrise. But he knew that he wanted to have a woman write with him, because the entire story is this meet cute between boy and girl, and then they decide to spend a day and a night together, and then part before sunrise. So he wanted to have a woman, help him to write the screenplay, to make sure that he was, getting the the female aspect of the film as accurate as he could with him being a man. So he brought in Kim Kreisen. The two of them wrote the script, and the actors are just that good. The writing is just that good. The actors are just that good. So yeah, was not improvised. And on the second and third films, Ethan Hawke and Julie Delpy, who play Jesse and Celine, they came on as co-writers and helped to craft the continuation of these characters and their story. It's Zizo. Thank you for the gifted sub. So there's so much that I love about this film. I love that this is a film that makes you see the beauty in life by watching these two people enjoying each other's company. These two people who don't know each other, getting to know each other over the course of an evening. And there's something about like witnessing something like that where you just feel the beauty of human connection and of our existence. Like there's just this feeling where, by experiencing it through two characters on a screen, it just makes you realize the tiny wonders, all the tiny wonders in life, and how really we are on this earth to connect with one another. That's how I feel, right? Life is really formed in the connections that we make while we are here, and the human experience that is both singular and also communal. And I like this film too because it makes me feel filled with like wonder. And I think back on my 20s. And moments that I had like this, where I would, when I studied abroad or when I would meet somebody out one night, like I just have flashes of memories of just being in conversation with somebody who I was like, I'll probably never see them again. But for this moment, we're both here. And there's something magical about that. But I also love that in Before Sunrise, these are two people who, like, they're immediately attracted to each other. That much is clear. And then as the evening wears on, it's kind of this, there's this push and pull. There's awkward moments, but ultimately, like, it's still this magnetic attraction. And they kind of try to like tell themselves, oh, it's special if it's just one night, and we don't want to ruin things. Like, we don't want to ruin the magic, and we'll never see each other again, probably, but that's okay. And then by the end of it, they're like, oh my God, I need to see you again. And of course we have an entire trilogy, so you'll have to see what happens next when hopefully we watch the second film. But I don't know, there is like, I think there's magic in both in both of these types of relationships, whether it's somebody that you meet for just one evening and you spend one evening together, or somebody that you like decide to go on a longer adventure with, whether the adventure lasts for 12 hours or for 12 years or for the rest of your life. It is something that that's what it's all about. It's about taking that plunge, about taking that risk. Lychee, thank you for the raid. I hope you're recovering. I've been sleeping so much since I have been home. So I hope your jet lag is not as bad as mine is. Lychee viewers, what up? Welcome in. I hope y'all had a good stream. We actually just finished watching Before Sunrise. I slept till 4 p.m. today. I have been sleeping and then waking up and then sleeping more and then waking up and then sleeping more. I just can't. My body is craving rest. Hello, Mega. Thank you for the gifted sub. So, anywho, for Lychee Raiders, we just finished watching the film Before Sunrise, which is the first in the trilogy by Richard Linklater. And it is about these two people who meet by chance on a train in Europe. And they decide to get off at the train station in Vienna together and spend an evening before they have to part. And it's a romantic drama, but really it's more of just I would say a romance film. There's very little drama. There's very little melodrama, which I like. That doesn't. This is not a film that relies on conflict, on these big huge moments. Where the characters break apart and then they come back together. It does not follow the usual structure of a film in this genre. And it's why I love it so much. I am a person who, for the most part, was never really drawn towards romance films. A couple rom-coms here and there that I like to put on, but this film, this trilogy, and In the Mood for Love are two that just were mesmerizing when I first watched them, and that I think are some of the greatest romance films ever created. And what's crazy is, like, in both Before Sunrise and In the Mood for Love, you don't have these big sex scenes. You don't have these big in the rain romantic scenes, which, don't get me wrong, love Pride and Prejudice, the scene in the rain, the scene at dawn, love that shit. But it's because the tension between the two characters, the chemistry, the dialogue. I mean, In the Mood for Love is really the opposite of this film in that it's more of what's not said. It's really more in the body language. And this film is very heavy on the dialogue, but also a lot of moments where they don't speak and they're just looking at each other. One of my favorite scenes in the film is when they go to the record store and they're sitting in the booth, in the listening booth, and they are so clearly into each other, and it's so beautifully sweet and awkward, and she'll turn to him and he looks away, and then he looks at her and then she turns away, and there's they're not speaking, they're just listening to this song, but it just feels so youthful and so so joyful. Realistically, people are kissing when they're attracted to each other like they do in this movie versus movies with one big kiss at the end and so much more time has passed. Yes, in this film, they have their first kiss on the Ferris wheel, and there's a little awkwardness there too, which I also like, because I think the character of Jesse, I think he's somebody who, on the, initially he's got some bravado. He's got, he's a little conceited. He seems like he could maybe be a little bit of a fuck boy. He's got his greasy hair, his goatee, but he's not any one thing. He's not a hipster, but he's not a total nerd. He's not a romantic, but he's not also a complete cynic, I would say. I think he's a young guy who he explains that, you know, he explains like his parents and how he was born, how his birth was not wanted, and he's always felt like he didn't belong in this world. But then in a sense, it kind of gave him the feeling of like nothing was predetermined for him, because he wasn't supposed to be here. He wasn't wanted. He also just got dumped, you know? I think that's the thing about this film too that feels so real, is like, one, these characters are not flawless. They are not perfect. And also there's no like, he's not a Mr. Darcy. He's just a young guy who recently was dumped, is like struggling, but also, but also like he's okay too. And he is self-aware while also still can be annoying at times. But I think my other favorite scene that I think really helps to humanize him further and to like to create empathy for him is the scene in the restaurant when they pretend to call each other on the phone. And I love that scene so much. So the scene in the phone booth, in the listening booth, and then the scene where they're sitting down pretending to call their friends to talk about like what just happened. Those are my two favorite scenes. And I love that scene because it's just so charming and sweet, and it's a way for them to like tell each other how they feel, but by kind of playing this game where they're pretending to call their friend on the other line. And what he says, where he's like, look, it's that scene. I love that scene too, where you just see how like he's a sweet guy, you know. He's a sweet guy. He can he can be a little he's a young guy in his 20s, you know, and he met a girl who he thought was really cool and pretty, and that he is just trying to impress her, and also wants to just like, is so happy to be in enjoying her company, and he's vulnerable. And anyway, it's just, he is more self-aware than I think maybe in the beginning people understand. And so they think he's just they're like, oh, he's kind of a jerk. No, he's not. I don't think so. And it's the scene too, I think it's when they're in the grass, where he's like, you would probably get tired of me telling the same pseudo intellectual story over and over again. And I think he has, as I said, I think they're both cynical, but also have an optimism, but like in differing ways. You know, she with her intensity over, I think about death all the time, but she's also romantic, and she's like, yes, I want to be a strong woman, but I also want to have somebody who loves me and I want to love them. And she's kind of, as a young woman, figuring out how do those two things work? Like, can I have both of those? Can I be a strong, independent woman, but also like be a romantic and be in love and care about a man and have a man care about me? I thought I was sounding dumb. Yeah. Like, I think I just think I think they both demonstrate that people contain multitudes, and that nobody is perfect, and that first dates, like first encounters, they aren't this perfect, no notes kind of, I think, fantasy, where even though this film is still, you know, it's still in the romance drama, and it still is like very sweet and cute, and maybe is somebody's fantasy. Within it, it still feels authentic. It still feels like, yeah, this is how two people would act with each other in a situation like this, where they meet each other, they're attracted to each other, they're like, what the hell, sure. They they decide to go for it, and then they spend the evening getting to know each other, but also kind of like, how much do I open up? Is this person going to think I'm crazy? Is this coming across the right way? Oh, there's just this, it's like a roller coaster. But through it all in this film, you can see you can see how they have just this magnetic attraction, that even when it's kind of sussing each other out, maybe somebody said something that was a little strange or a little off-putting or whatever, it's like, okay, but I'm still on this ride. And I think like, okay. Anyway, I think that it definitely reminds me of a lot of moments in my life that really stuck with me. Yeah. I just think it's like, I'm just going to say it. Okay. I honestly feel in this day and age, back in my day, I do feel like the internet, like social media, I fear that we're losing out on the ability to just connect in such a raw way, in a, you know what? Here's a person that I have met, a total stranger that I have met in the world, and I'm going to get to know them just through having conversations with them, and not because I'm searching through their Instagram, their entire digital footprint that is massive at this point in 2025. And also just the lack of socializing. And, it's funny because he says like, oh, all the interesting things cost money. But like, yeah, this idea that dating, that everything is just so expensive. And so how could you, I can't afford to date type of attitude. And I just think like at its core, like relationships, life, everything is about connecting with people. And I just think that like people, I agree. The internet encourages being aloof and cynical and ironic and not genuine and vulnerable. Yeah. Like I think people's reactions to the awkward moments in this film, or like when maybe Jesse or Celine says something that's not so fucking perfect or ironic, or like, I don't know, something that would be a 40,000 liked tweet. There's this, red flags. Ooh, I mean, even just the like popularizing of saying things like red flags and all this internet lingo that we have, and how sometimes you just need to be free of that. You just need to be free of it. Because I think it can prevent you from connecting with people. I do. And I think when you go in with these ideas of how you're supposed to be or how they're supposed to be, or how a relationship's supposed to look, or how, I don't know, just like prejudging people before you even get a chance to know them. Just all of these things that I think we can attribute to the way that we're all so fucking online, and that it dominates our lives. And like, you watch a film like this from the 90s and you can't help but to go, does this happen anymore? Like, are we capable of this? Do we have the ability to do this? Is everyone so, do we just, can we? I don't know. And I know too, I get it. It's like, okay, politics, okay, people being scared of like, is this person gonna be a psycho? Like all these things, sure. But I think that also existed in the past, and I don't think that it should be, I just don't think it should be something that keeps you from seeking connection in this way. And it's like, if I sound boomer saying it, I'm going to sound boomer saying it, but I really think we need to live in the moment more. I tell this for myself as well. And I don't know. I mean, it's hard because for the most part now, you know, if you meet somebody, you know, their first name, your last name, you can see all this stuff about them online, blah, 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 blah. And in this film, like, first of all, they don't even know each other's names when they agree to get off the train. And I'm not saying like everyone's experience is going to be exactly this, that this is what you should have or else you know, aren't living life the right way. But we don't know their last names. Like they're meeting each other and it's a first name is good enough, and they don't need to look up everything about one another. And she even says, like, when I date, you know, I feel as if I'm an army general. I'm like getting my defenses ready. And so it's not that this film existing at this time period without the internet being what it is means that those things didn't exist as far as like how people would approach dating, or just the character of Celine demonstrating that she's a person who likes to go in feeling prepared. And when she starts dating someone, immediately, like, just all of these things that she starts doing, but how in this situation, none of that could be done because it was in that moment then. And it was either we get off on the train together or we don't. Oof. Okay. Kind of remind me of Once, the connection aspect and how natural it felt. Yes. And I think too, I think here's my experience with relationships. Relationships aren't perfect, right? Okay, we know that. But I think what you have to understand too is that if you're happy all the time, then you don't know what true happiness is. I think that goes for kind of just life in general. You know, the not so happy parts of life really reinforce the happy parts. And it feels that much stronger and precious. And I think in a relationship, you are individuals who have decided to go on a journey together, you know, to go on an adventure together. And you are going to argue, you're going to butt heads, you are going to have issues. But I think it's a matter of like, I think it's a matter of like deciding to keep going on that journey. And maybe it's a first date, maybe it's 1,000th date. And I think it's like, if you still are connecting with this person, if you're still like, for me, I feel, I don't know, I've been in a relationship for 8 years and I feel like I'm still getting to know the person that I'm with everything that I know about them. And I think that's because I'm still always trying to connect. And I think once that connection ends, then what do you have? And first dates can be so awkward because you're getting to know somebody for the first time, but also like there is awkwardness when you've been with somebody for years because you're still discovering things about them, about your relationship. Like, don't let the awkwardness that you feel meeting somebody for the first time keep you from pursuing that adventure, from staying on that ride. And sometimes it doesn't work out and sometimes it does. But I just, I think maybe people think that you reach a point in a relationship where there isn't that, oh my God, I just got a triple raid. Holy moly, triple raid. Sandwich, Hanner, Chiblee, thank you for the triple raid. Double rainbow. Thank you for the triple raid. I hope y'all had fun. Minecraft, yes, Sunday Minecraft. Hope you all had a great stream. Did they plan this? I think it was just a coincidence. Triple raid, like a trilogy, like the Before trilogy, like Before Sunrise, Before Sunset, Before Midnight. Would you look at that? We watched the first in what I consider to be one of the best trilogies of all time, certainly in the romance, certainly one of the greatest romance films that we just watched. And we just got a triple raid. Are we going to watch all of them now? No! I told you. Ah! I told you what we're going to do. What we're going to do is wait 9 years. Like people had to wait back in the day. Hell, this light. Yeah, you're going to wait 9 years, and then you're going to wait 9 years after that. Okay? Anyway, Raiders, welcome in. We are in the middle of having a conversation about the film that we just watched for film class, which was Before Sunrise. I always forget to ask this right away. If this was your first time watching Before Sunrise, put a one in chat. Ladies, gents, and NBs, put a one in chat. If this was your first time watching Richard Linklater's Before Sunrise, let me see. 11/31/2034. Mark your calendars. Mark your cals. We will be watching the second film. 9 years starting from tonight or from tomorrow? From tonight. You know what's wild is that in between, I think it was the second and the third films. No. It was the second film because this came out in 95. The second one came out in 2004. Richard Linklater had started work on Boyhood, a film that he took 12 years, a film that's over the course of 12 years, that came out in 2014. So I think he started it in 2002. Yeah, so the second film in this trilogy overlaps with him starting Boyhood. That doesn't work for me. Could we do tonight instead? Let me check. Nope. I'm just kidding. We will watch. Hopefully it's still going to be available on YouTube. We will watch the second film. I haven't decided when. I'm not going to make you wait 9 years, but I don't want to rush it. Okay, what else? What else can we say? So we talked about the film not being improvised. We talked about it being based on a true story. This is a fact that I love because I think it plays so well and so accurately in the dynamic between the two. But Ethan Hawke said that he was initially intimidated by Julie Delpy, who plays Celine. He was very intimidated by her. She, like her character, is brilliant, is intense. He said that meeting her was like meeting a character out of a novel like Anna Karenina, that she just felt like this otherworldly being that he just could not, he like couldn't compete with, that he could only stand by and look at her in awe. He said that he had never felt so American and so dumb in his life when he met her, that she would make references of which he didn't understand the majority of them, and that just speaking with her, you know, the kinds of people that you'll be in conversation with and you're just like, my God, this person is too brilliant, is too formidable for me to even try to pretend that I can keep up with. Like, just with an intensity that you want to match, but you know you can't. And it's just like the movie. Exactly. In the movie, Jesse is intimidated by how smart and like cool and beautiful and formidable Celine is. And you can just the in real life dynamic to how these characters were, you can absolutely see the the parallels. I'm going to be honest, she really steals the film. I love Ethan Hawke, but there's something so genuine about her performance. So what I love is that in the beginning, you think that he's taking her on an adventure, right? Because he asks her, he strikes up a conversation with her, even though she sits down by him. And then he asks her, do you want to get off at this train station with me? Like, here's a crazy idea. This is my train stop. What if you got off with me and we just walked around? So it's set up in a way where he would appear to be the, kind of the leader, the instigator, the adventurer. And he's extending his hand and saying, will you come along with me? But then you come to see this dynamic where like she is an adventurer. She is like, she's putting her hand out also and saying, come along with me. And that he is just like so in awe of her. And, it's like I think what I really relate to her to is a couple times she says like, I needed this. I needed to do this, where I can see her when they're laying in the grass and I can see how her thinking is, my life is so short and I want to have these experiences and I want to say yes to things and I want to do what maybe is going against every fiber of my being. But I do it anyway. I feel that there have been moments in my life where I do something just to do it so that I can have that memory. I can have that experience. I can feel like, you know what, I'm living in the way that I think is as open to as possible, as open to the kind of experiences that are being tossed my way. And it's a matter of me saying like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do it. When they're in conversation, she's talking passionately about the conversational topic. He's so locked in awe of her. It's palpable. Yeah. Yeah. And I think also she is aware. They're both self-aware, but she's very aware of her limits and kind of her picadillos. And I think with him, we see too how their parents shaped them, and they have that conversation about their parents and about love and marriage. And I think you can see how these two young people are absolutely shaped by the first relationship that they had experience with, which is their parents, because that's how it goes, right? When you're young and when you're developing and you are learning about love, you are learning about marriage, you are learning about relationships. Often your experience is through your parents or your parent, whoever it is that's raising you. That's kind of your first window into that. And for some people, I think it's experience with healthier relationships, with a kind of more ideal, maybe view of what love and marriage looks like. For others, not so much. And I think we see with Celine versus Jesse how they were shaped early on by their parents' relationships. It doesn't mean you're cooked. I don't think it means you're cooked, because you look at Jesse, right? Jesse's a guy who comes from, he's got a broken home. His parents hated each other. His dad expressed, or his mom expressed, that he was not wanted. Clearly trauma there, damage that was done. You can see kind of how his cynicism, his pessimism, potentially coming from his parents' relationship. And yet he's still got that dreamer in him. He's still got that romantic in him. He hasn't, he's also just had a breakup. He's been broken up with. He's nursing a broken heart alone by himself in Europe that he obviously saved a lot of money to go be able to visit his girlfriend. She dumps him pretty early on, and he decides, like, I'm not ready to go home. I'm just going to be a ghost traveling around on a train. And so, no, you're not cooked. You're not cooked if you come from a broken home, if your parents had a loveless marriage, if there was divorce, fighting, etc. Sometimes divorce is actually the best thing for some families. You can learn what maybe you don't want for yourself from that bad first example. Yeah. And I think too, you can see the differences that Jesse and Celine have, and kind of the opposites attract. Kind of an opposites attract type of situation where his cynicism is met on the battlefield by her optimism, and then vice versa, her fears of death and kind of the anxieties that she has being met on the battlefield by his more nonchalance, kind of ease. I see those two people, and I see how they do make sense for each other. And by the end of the film, I do think you're rooting for them, even though there's magic in the mystery and magic in the one night only, but you also go, well, why not? And I think that's how they feel too. Like, why shouldn't we? I know it's crazy, and I know we don't have Facebook, but why shouldn't we try to see each other again? It's so hard to not talk about. I know. Shh. Don't talk about Before Sunset. Shh. I'm trying very hard not to reference anything and instead focus on Before Sunrise. Pen Pusher, thank you for the 16 months. Jesse did predict live casting and streaming well before it became a thing. Yeah. And he pitches this idea where he's like, look, it's people who are doing mundane things, but I think there's beauty to that. And I think that's, it can be captivating. So he's a cynic, but he's also, I think, a dreamer, and he's a pessimist, but I think he's also an optimist. And I think that's just, again, the complexities of people, the ability to contain multitudes. I don't think that you're just, I don't think that people are just one thing. I think we can often be contradictory, and those contradictions, those multitudes are what make us human. Chaotic Comrade, thank you for the Prime. There's a new Predator film out. Will said he went to go see Predator. Oh. I like the comments near the end about how we get tired of viewing life through our own perspective. Meanwhile, we've just been enjoying seeing them going through all these experiences, a little meta. Yeah. Yes. There are multiple points throughout that film where I just go, yeah, wait, I feel that. And I think it's called relatability. It's called shared human experiences. And one reason that I love film so much is because it makes those connections. It pulls the curtain back on those experiences that are universal, those feelings that resound because they are shared feelings, that you hear somebody express something and you go, yeah, I've felt that as well, or I think that as well. And there were both those characters, both those characters contained thoughts and emotions that I have thought or felt myself. I think the film did a great job at showing the complexity of both characters and how they're both a blend of idealism and realism in different ways. Yeah, and also how at the end of the day too, as pessimistic or cynical as they may be, they still got off the train together, not forgetting that these two strangers decided to get off the train in Vienna with one another and spend a day together. I wanted to wait to say how it's funny seeing people relate to Ethan's character for feeling cheated, because he could have thought of that earlier as we watched a movie that was thought out and given to the masses. It's y'all's interpretation and y'all's feelings for art that matter. Yes. As David Lynch lived the belief that David Lynch lived by, which was that art is not just what the artist puts into it, and in film it's not just what the director is saying, it's how the viewer, how the person consuming said art feels towards it, the relationship that they form with it based on their own, based on their own experiences and who they are and what they connect with. And it's always funny to me in a film like this to see people who connect with Ethan's character more, connect with Celine's character more, just like the feelings that they have towards them. And I think it's wonderful, right? Because it does take a life of its own, and it is going to be different for each person. I saw some of you say like that this film hits in a certain way because you've had a similar experience. You've had like one single night with somebody that you had just met and never saw them again. Or maybe you didn't take that plunge and you were always wondering, like, is this the person that got away? What I love too is in the beginning when he gives his pitch to her, which he didn't even need to give the pitch because she was getting off the train with him. But he's like, look, 20 years down the line, you're married. And maybe you're thinking to yourself, man, maybe you're not happy in your marriage or whatever else is happening. You think to yourself, what if I had gotten off the train? Well, if you get off the train, then you won't have to wonder, what if I got off the train? And maybe I suck. Maybe I'm just like, maybe I'm just like your husband and your loveless marriage 20 years down the road, but at least you'll know. At least you won't wonder. At least you won't go, what if? And it's funny because it's kind of it's kind of the opposite of one of my other favorite films, romance films, Past Lives. So that's a recent film from last year, and Past Lives is about the what ifs. Past Lives is in another life, in a past life, maybe we shared it together, but you have to contend that with the reality that we live in now. And it still gives me Past Lives vibes too, because Past Lives is a film that relatively little drama happens in. It doesn't rely on like big melodrama, but it's about people connecting. It's about like, God, those performers as well. So good. It's about like, yeah, it's about making peace with not getting off the train. Exactly. So Ethan Hawke in this film says, hey, get off the train, because maybe one day you'll be wondering, what if I had gotten off the train? And in Past Lives, it's like, you know what? Sometimes you don't get off the train, and there are always going to be these what ifs. There's always going to be another time, another place. And that's how it goes. Stay on the train and wonder what if. Have you seen Millennium Actors? That one is also being okay with the chase and not the together forever. I actually haven't seen that. Do you think the finite of everything makes us appreciate things more? Yes, I do. I think our mortality, if it doesn't, should remind you that life is precious and that you want to, I don't know, you want to, as it's, as cliche as it sounds, like living life to its fullest. And I don't think that means, I don't think living life to its fullest means having all these crazy experiences, like, I don't know, being on a yacht, flying in a helicopter, these really big things like that usually cost a lot of money. I think you can live life to its fullest by, as I keep saying, seeking connection with people, having experiences that don't rely on needing a lot of money per se, but are experiences because you are experiencing something. I think being present and not just living this kind of life that you either wish you had, always being maybe in this more fictional fantasy version, and instead really being present in the life that you do have. I think taking risks, I think life is about risks. And that's the thing with relationships. Relationships are risks. They are. It's a gamble. You put yourself in a situation of potentially getting your heart broken, potentially having a bad time, potentially spending a lot of years with someone and maybe it doesn't work out. Whatever it is, like, it's a risk to connect with someone in that way, or to try to. And yet throughout history, that's what people have done. So that's what we do. My ex broke up with me 3 weeks ago after 4 years. I really needed to hear this at this moment. As Jesse says in the film, he's like, getting broken up with sucks, because you think about the times that you broke up with people and that maybe you didn't really think about it much after. And you wonder if they're in pain when they break up with you, if they're in pain in the way that you are. I always used to think that being broken up with was worse. I actually think doing the breaking up, in my opinion, I think doing the breaking up is worse. So I don't know if I agree with Jesse. I think some people, maybe they break up and they don't think about it. But in my experiences, doing the breaking up has sucked too. So if it's any consolation, I want to believe that your stupid ex, your stupid ex is, hopefully, without knowing anything about your situation, that it's hard on them too. I was always such a coward to break up with someone. You know, here's the thing about breakups is breakups, unless you're that person who like one relationship, one and done, you know, my grandparents have been together for 90 years. That's the exception. Most people will experience breakups if they get, you know, if they go out in the world and they date, they meet people, most likely you will experience a breakup of some kind. But the alternative is that you don't take that risk. The alternative is that you don't try and have relationships. And I always look at relationships as, you know, the chance to have learned about myself and about what I want in a partner. And even if a relationship ended not great, or I feel I definitely have hard feelings, I think it's still something that you know, it's an experience, and it can give you the chance to understand more about yourself, and as I said, more of what you are, you know, what works for you or what doesn't work for you. Breakups are a good reminder that you felt something. It's never much comfort with a fresh breakup. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like if you have a breakup, would you rather not feel anything? And it's like, what was I even doing? you're just going along with the motions. Or, you know, the opposite, in that you feel a lot, but it meant that, you know, the emotions were there. It meant that it was something that was real. I haven't dated for so long, I don't know if I'm capable of those feelings anymore. I think you are. Hell, people will people are meeting each other at 90. You know what's going on in those nursing homes? People will meet each other at all stages of life. I don't know, man, it's tough. You know, it's always one of those, I think, in hindsight, like, I think you can get to a point that you go, oh, I don't think this is for me. I don't think I'll ever have this again. I don't think I'll ever feel this. And then it'll happen. And then it's always like a hindsight is 2020, you know? And maybe you're a person who just truly doesn't want to date, and that's all right too, you know? You can form connection with people. It's not necessarily through any type of romantic relationship. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm an optimist in that sense. I'll see y'all at bingo. I guess I'm an optimist in the sense of, if you desire, you know, a relationship, if you've maybe had some bad breakups, maybe you've been quote unquote unlucky in love, I don't think that it's the end. I just think there's so many people out there. I think there's so many people who are looking for the exact same thing. I really do choose to believe in love. I think, as saccharine as that sounds, I choose love. I do. At the end of the day, I always choose love. And man, I get that it can be hard to find, or you just feel like we know everything about each other already. I think we know too much about each other, that headline. But I just, there's too many people in this world. I really believe there's too many people in this world, too many people who are looking for that connection, who are looking for love, for all these people out there to be like, nope, it's not going to be for me. I'm never going to find it. The math is not mathing. The math is not mathing. I choose fried chicken and brie. Yeah, well, you can have love and fried chicken and brie. I love all those things. I think we should know less about each other. Yes. Anyway, I'm a glass half full, even when I can be cynical myself, even when I can be pessimistic myself. And I will say, if you are not somebody who's been in a long-term relationship, as someone who has been, it's not perfect. It is a roller coaster. There are still days I have where I'll go, is this the right answer? Like, did I choose the right path? Like, whatever, just the things that you think about it. It doesn't matter how great of a partner you can have. You are still like discovering yourself and the person that you're with. And, I don't know. I guess I'm just saying that if you're waiting for something or someone to come along that checks all the boxes, that is like this kind of fictional version of what you think love and relationships are, then I think you're going to be waiting around. Relationships are work. You will have doubts even when you're happy. Like, that's what I mean by contradictions. You can be so happy and be like, this is, I'm so lucky, but also be like, am I, I don't know. You can still have doubts. You can still be like, I don't know what's going on. You can still feel like you've spent years with someone and there are days when like it feels new. Will this last? Like, what's going to happen in the future? I don't know. These are all things that you just don't know. You just don't know. Anyway, and I think I think having independence is good. Absolutely. I've always valued my independence, especially when I've been in relationships. It's always been important for me. For me to be have my individual journey be separate from my relationship journey. So yeah, I think being able to be on your own is important. I think some people do go relationship to relationship because they're unable to be alone. I think that can cause some issues. So I think, anyway, yeah. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm chilling. My cousin broke up with her BF of 8 years. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it'd be like that. Is it harder to be on your own with a golden retriever for a partner? I mean, the first 4 years, 5 years? I don't know, 4 or 5 years. Will and I did not live together. I worked a lot, and I also just had such a crazy schedule that we didn't see each other all the time. We had separate social circles. So that was, I very much so was like living my own life, even as I was dating somebody. And now, I mean, it's nice having shared friends. I still have my separate friends and he has his. Yeah, I mean, we have shared friends. We have things that we both do, that we just share in our lives. But I'm somebody who I think a long time ago stopped thinking about the future all the time. I think I stopped focusing on the future as much as I used to. Just this idea of what my life would look like, who I would be with, blah, 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 blah. Once I kind of chilled out on that, I don't know. I mean, there's still the day-to-day anxieties, but how the fuck do you do that? I don't know. I mean, I think my life took a turn in a very unexpected way. And it made me kind of have to reframe how I look at my life and how I was just placing constantly so much emphasis on the future that even like when I was a kid, I always thought about the future. And it wasn't just like, oh, I can't wait to be in high school. Oh, I can't wait to be in college. I would think about like being 40. Yeah, I would think about being like 37. And how did you overcome that? I mean, I don't really know if it's something I would say I overcame, but it was more of like when I reached a point where my life looked very different from the versions that I had imagined, I went, maybe it's time to stop putting so much into what I think my life will look like or should look like and just focus on my life now. And I think too, I am somebody who is aware of my mortality, but doesn't obsess over it to a point of like being anxious. Not just, do you guys ever think about death? Yeah, I don't know. I think when things didn't work out the way that I thought they would, I kind of was like, okay, yeah, so life is not going to look like perfectly the way that I had envisioned it. And that's okay. And it can still be great. And I can still figure it out. And I think it's still, every day you're kind of figuring it out. I think that's how it goes. You're just figuring it out. I don't think we ever reach a point where we just have fully figured it out. I think you learn things as you get older and you mature. But there's no concrete, I have finally figured it out. That would be so boring. I think so as well. Wake Wilder. Oh my God, I'm getting all the raids tonight, you guys. Celestial King, thank you for the 17 months. Italic Man, thank you for the 22 months. Tara, thank you for the 14 months. Wakey Wake. Will Wilder, thank you for the raid. Oh, I just got excited about? I just got excited about seeing Wake and seeing other people at Streamer Awards next weekend. Realizing how many adults have not figured out sent me spiraling and then eventually brought me a lot of peace in a weird way. Yeah. Yeah. Because you're like, wait a second. I thought when I got to a certain age, I would have it, quote unquote, figured out. I thought things would become abundantly clear when I reached X age. And then you realize that, Everybody's still figuring it out, you know? Okay. Any other last thoughts? Was there anything that anyone gleaned from this film that we haven't talked about, or other little tidbits that we can say? Oh, you know what's great too? So no one knew how Before Sunrise was going to end. Even though Linklater had meticulously crafted these characters, he had written the script along with Kim Kreisen. When they were shooting the film, it became clear that they did not have a solid ending to it, which I think works perfectly with how the characters are, where they don't know like what's going to happen. Are they going to meet up again? Is this going to be one night only? And then they make a promise. Are they going to fulfill that promise? We're left wondering. So in real life, as they were shooting the film, they went, yeah, I don't know if we really have an ending to this. For as much as everything else was figured out, they were like, how are we going to end this thing? And I think it ends in the best way that it can, where there's still uncertainty, but a promise, you know? Caro Kick, thank you for the raid. Did this win any awards? So the film premiered at Sundance Film Festival. It was released and was commercially successful. I think it made like 22 mil. And then he won the Silver Bear for Best Director at the Berlin International Film Festival. MTV Movie and TV Awards nominated Hawk and Delpy for the Best Kiss Award. I don't think they won that. But otherwise, no, I don't think this won anything else. Did he know he was going to create a trilogy, or no, not at first. So this was initially just a one-off film that was based on a personal experience he had. And then they decided after this film came out that they needed to continue the story. And then at that point, Julie and Ethan came on board as co-writers for the second film and helped to craft that one. Legit, thank you for the gifted sub. No, don't watch well, okay, you can watch the sequel, but I promise you we will watch it at some point. We will. No, it's not totally a cult classic. No. So it was successful in that it's not like it made $200 million, but it made $22 million off of a pretty nothing budget. It's not cult classic status, it's not cult status in that it's either a film that was panned when it came out and then formed a cult following, or like it was a very underground film. It was critically well received. I think it was still early on in Linklater's career. I mean, Linklater is also a guy who Linklater fans will tell you that he has not gotten the awards recognition that they think he deserves. No, it wasn't, because it wasn't buzz. I mean, look, this is the type of movie that y'all, if you've listened in on when I cover the Oscars, you know this is the type of film that Oscars voters don't go for, because essentially it's a film with two people talking and it's great, but there's not a whole lot that happens. There's not a lot of drama. So it's not the type of film that really makes a stir during Oscars or award season. they recognized him for he did get nominated for Boyhood. But yeah, there's no big drama scene. There's no it doesn't follow the usual rules. It's two people who talk a lot. They did get nominated for Midnight and Sunset. Yeah. So by the time the second and third films came out, then I think even more people had been drawn into the trilogy. I think kind of the element of it being 9 years apart in between each film, Linklater growing bigger in name and in success. Yeah. Aya, thank you for the tier 1. If at some point is soon, then I'll send in my hands till then, but I need a timeline. My ADHD impulsivity can't take it. Okay. How about... I will say I don't think Boyhood is his strongest film, and I do agree with you that I think it was the... Richard Linklater made this over the course of 12 years and kept the same actors that kind of had Oscar voters being like, ooh, ah. They were drawn in by that, less so than the actual substance of the film. Okay, how about this? Next film class. Unless something happens. And here's what I will say. I fucking love Before Sunrise. I love Before Sunset even more. It's my favorite one in the trilogy. I think a lot of people probably have the same opinion on that. It is... it's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. And the ending of that film lives in my mind rent free. So everyone live another week. It will be the night after Streamer Awards. So maybe a little hungover. Give us a cheeky spoiler. No, because people back then had to wait 9 years. 9 motherfucking years. So you ain't getting a cheeky spoiler when all you have to do is wait a week. But here's your spoiler. They do meet again, which is not a spoiler, but there you go. Okay, they do meet again. Yeah. Do you ever go and read the Letterboxd reviews of the movie you watched after movie night? Like me or chat? I'll watch Letterboxd reviews I'll read Letterboxd reviews of films that like I've just come out, but usually not films that we've watched for film class. Does anybody have a Letterboxd and they'll log the films that we watch in film class on their Letterboxd? I'm a very dedicated Letterboxd user for sure. There's definitely not 1 month out of the year that I log a bunch of movies at once. I think they're asking us after you watch with us, a lot of us log and review. I love that. I love that so much. Another takeaway, we shouldn't have let Germans have that beautiful of a city, Vienna. I can't believe Vienna. It just seems like I've never been there. I meant to go there when I was studying abroad, and it's Vienna and Prague are two places that I regret that I did not get to. Yeah, Vienna is in Austria. I think Mort was making a joke, but Vienna and Prague. I wish that I had gone to. I still want to go to. I just did not really make it to Eastern Europe when I was studying abroad. So still have that on the docket. All right. Any last words? I think I'll probably... Oh, you know what was sad? Okay, so what's crazy is that Ethan Hawke, because of Before Sunrise, he said that he had trouble when he was trying to date women, when he was trying to meet women who would see him and not just see his character or any of his characters. He said that he'd meet somebody, they would be having a great time, and then they'd be like, oh, this is just like Before Sunrise. Which is hilarious because essentially he was meeting people who already had a parasocial relationship with the character that he played back in the 90s. So some things don't change. But yeah, I guess that's what happens when you're just such a good fucking actor. People fall in love with the character that you play, and then if they happen to meet you in real life, they cannot separate, or they want you to fulfill the version they have, which is probably a character, which is a character that you have played. Have you seen the other Linklater film, Waking Life? These characters are in it. I actually have not seen Waking Life, but I do know that they are. I do know that Jesse and Celine feature in that film. It's one of their philosophical conversations in bed. Have you seen? Oh, I just read that. Lizard Shadow Government, thank you so kindly. Thank you. Thank you. Also, Will never came home to try my Mapo tofu. I'm sad. I'm going to have him try it, and then I'll let you guys know what he thinks. I'll keep you updated on it. All right, you guys. I think that's it. I'm not going to do any gaming because I have to figure out what I'm playing next, and I finished Dispatch last night, so I am going to go. I'm going to go clean up the kitchen and see you back tomorrow. Tomorrow is Monday. We'll be back on we'll be back on, I don't know, talking about shit. Not like we don't do that every single stream, but oh my God, Amanda 3 came out. Am I ready? Am I ready to lose my mind? Am I in a place? Am I in a place where I can lose my mind? I think I am. I'm pretty rested. I feel pretty rested after this weekend. Okay. Amanda 3. That's what we got next up. The release was kind of chopped. Wait, like they dropped the ball on it? I do feel like I haven't seen anybody talking about that. Maybe because Dispatch has been so big. I don't know. Is it, or do you mean there's so many bugs in it? Oh, wait, like, is it super buggy? Oh, it had a lot of technical issues. Have they fixed it? Oh, no. My laptop did not like running Amanda 3. I was fighting for my life. Well, it came out on like the 6th, so you would think that a couple weeks after its release, You refunded? Oh no. Oh my God, it's Little Nightmares all over again. What is going on? Why? All right, well, fuck it. I'm going to try it anyway. Damn. All right, the reviews are positive, so maybe they fixed the bugs. Well, there's only one way to find out. Oh, only one way to find out, which is to play the game. And hopefully it's fixed. Yeah, I think Ray played it right when it came out, though.
Giving you a night call to tell how I feel.
Anyway, all right. Okay, you guys, I'll see you tomorrow.
I'm gonna drive
I'm gonna send you to.
down the hill.
I am gonna send you to Matt Stupid Art. How about that? Matt Stupid Art, who did all my art. He did Will's. He's done a lot of people's arts. He's done a lot of people's arts. Matt is great. So see you back here tomorrow. We're back on schedule. If there are major things that happened in the couple weeks I was gone and not doing regular commentary, remind me of it. Otherwise, I mean, there's always new shit that's going on. But anyway, okay. Any big things that I would have probably normally covered, I want to try to catch up on. China-Japan war. Yeah, exactly. All right. See you later. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining for Sunday Dinner and a Movie. We do this every Sunday. If I don't do the dinner portion, we always do film class. So if this was your first one, I hope you come back. And I hope you enjoyed yourself. See you later.